ripple of distorted space twisted around Raziel's form, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared outside the massive gates of Woth, staggering slightly on impact, catching himself just before his boots fully touched the floor, muttering to himself, "Damn, time's already up," as his gaze flicked upward toward the setting sun, casting a bleeding orange hue across the field of survivors, the warmth of which contrasted harshly with the cold reality around him, where others began appearing in pulses of glowing light, teleported just like him, dumped outside the trial grounds with no fanfare, no applause, some stumbling forward with haunted eyes, others limping, bloodied, limbs wrapped in hasty bandages torn from their own clothes, surrounded by mud, ash, blood, and despair. The air reeked of iron and exhaustion, and silence. Dead, heavy silence, only broken by murmurs like ghosts lingering in the wind, as Raziel reflected on his own experience, thinking to himself, "I only managed 23 cores!" A boy hissed under his breath, his hands shaking as he tried to count the bloody bag strapped to his hip, uttering a desperate curse, and then he exclaimed that he almost died in the test and didn't even pass. Meanwhile, a panicked girl called out, her voice rising in desperate pitch, asking if anyone had seen her brother, describing him as wearing a red scarf and green shirt, but her search of the crowd yielded no answer. Raziel stood there quietly, observing everything, his eyes catching the trembling lips, the muttered curses, the age, the disbelief, and worst of all, the numb acceptance, as most of the candidates failed, which was expected, given that the test wasn't difficult, but brutal, designed to break even those labeled as genius. And as Raziel exhaled slowly, he watched as another candidate collapsed to their knees beside a tree stump, clutching a torn arm and sobbing quietly, with no one coming to their aid. The scene was one of despair and desperation, with the candidate struggling to come to terms with their failure, and Raziel's calm demeanor only served to highlight the chaos and devastation around him, as the reality of their situation sunk in, and the candidates were left to pick up the pieces and try to make sense of their shattered dreams. He thought that killing a single third-rank beast was already an achievement, one that would earn recognition in a guild or mercenary group, and would likely result in a minimum D rank, maybe even C rank, depending on how clean the kill was. And as he narrowed his eyes at a boy vomiting into the grass, barely able to stand upright, he considered that most people spend years just trying to reach that level of strength, with some only getting there in their late 20s, maybe early 30s if they're lucky, especially if their talent is mediocre. And yet, here stood dozens of youths, most barely past 16, bloodied but alive, each one having taken down at least one third-rank beast, which by normal standards made them monsters in their own right. And he mused that every single one of them had the potential to go far, maybe even rank 4 or 5 if nurtured properly, which was no small feat, and yet they came here willingly, gambling everything. And he glanced at the towering gates, dark and unfeeling, and thought, for what? The advantages of joining the academy, of course, and he clicked his tongue in disapproval, thinking greed, as he pondered the situation, taking in the scene before him, where these young individuals, with their impressive abilities, were willing to risk it all, and he couldn't help but think that it was all driven by a desire for power and advancement, and he looked on, a mixture of emotions, as he tried to understand what made them tick, and what the true cost of their ambition would be. The urge to rise rapidly, the desire to leap over years of hard work and resource starvation, was the driving force behind their decision to come, despite being aware of the risks, and sadly, some of them didn't survive, with only a third of the monsters being manageable. But when the number increased to 100, it became utterly insane, and he expressed his disbelief, then took a deep breath in, and slowly exhaled through his nose, contemplating that some individuals would likely hold the institution responsible for the tragic losses, viewing them as heartless, as he reflected on the dire consequences of their actions and the tremendous challenges that lay ahead, all stemming from the initial ambition to accelerate their progress, which ultimately proved to be a costly and devastating decision, leading to a significant loss of life and a lingering sense of guilt and remorse. As the harsh reality of their situation began to sink in, and the true extent of the devastation became increasingly apparent, with the institution's reputation likely to suffer as a result of the tragic events that unfolded, and the lives that were lost in pursuit of rapid advancement, leaving behind a trail of sorrow and regret as the consequences of their actions continued to manifest, and the pain of their loss remained, a constant reminder of the risks and the costs of their ambition, and the importance of caution and careful consideration in the face of uncertainty and risk. He reflected on the situation, lamenting that they could have employed better, safer testing methods, given their vast resources, such as simply distributing teleportation tokens, and as he gazed out towards the tower beyond the gates, where spectators watched from their high stands, sipping wine and smiling, he couldn't help but think that they wouldn't change their ways, not because they couldn't, but because they had no reason to, understanding that the cruelty of the test served a purpose, a warning and a filter, realizing that this trial wasn't just a measure of talent, but also a message, one that only those willing to risk their lives belonged inside. And he imagined what the test would look like if it were made safe, with no death, no fear, and no risk. Thinking to himself that if that were the case, the whole world would swarm to it. Every weakling with a dream would show up, and the very idea of it was almost too much to contemplate. In a world where the strong prevail, every hopeful with nothing to lose once thought they had a chance, but now the arena is flooded with the notion that only the worthy will rise, and the blood on the floor ensures that this isn't a place for the faint of heart. It's a proving ground, where the flames of adversity weed out the weak, a forge where only the toughest are refined. And if you can't survive the heat, you're discarded like scrap metal, a cruel yet effective rule that has skyrocketed the quality of participants, eliminating the need for cannon fodder and arrogant fools who waste instructors' time. Now only those confident in their strength dare to step forward. Those who believe they can survive, making everything easier for the institution, with less chaos, manageable numbers, and a strict no-nonsense approach where no sympathy or mercy is shown, only the ruthless rule of survival, and it's in this unforgiving environment that the true warriors are forged, with no room for the weak or the timid, only the bold and the fearless, who are willing to do whatever it takes to emerge victorious in a place where the blood on the floor is a constant reminder of the stakes, and the price of failure is too high to pay, a place where only the strongest will rise, and the rest will be left behind, a true proving ground, where the flames of adversity refine and purify, leaving only the best to emerge, in a world where the strong prevail, and the weak are discarded, a world where the ruthless rule of survival is the only law that matters, and the blood on the floor is a testament to the unyielding pursuit of greatness. Raziel surveyed the Colosseum with a dispassionate gaze, his eyes scanning the scattered crowd of survivors, their faces pale, eyes hollow, and some limping or wrapped in bloodied cloth in a feeble attempt to stop the bleeding. A stark contrast to the eager hopefuls who had once stepped inside, now replaced with sobs and pleas for lost companions, names being called out that would never be answered again. As he turned away, his expression unreadable, and made his way slowly towards one of the assessment stations, small desks set at every corner of the massive Colosseum, perhaps 40 or 50 of them, each manned by a solitary instructor, designed to process and verify the results of the trial without wasting time. Efficient, he thought, as the other candidates remained caught in their personal storms, tending wounds, mourning companions, or basking in relief that they had made it through. And reaching one of the desks, Raziel stopped in front of the seated instructor and placed his spatial bag on the table with his left hand, his right arm still injured, blood seeping down his fingers, dripping silently onto the stone floor. The instructor glancing up, narrowing his eyes at the sight of him, a flicker of surprise, perhaps that he hadn't expected Raziel to make it out alive. But he said nothing, silently taking the bag and placing it into a small, square, white container, a cold, clinical selection, as Raziel had initially thought. A process that seemed to prioritize efficiency over empathy, as the instructor's expression remained stoic, devoid of any emotional response to the scene unfolding before him. The pod burst into a soft blue glow, with arcane inscriptions shimmering across its surface. And Raziel's gaze remained fixed on the device, his mind whispering verification pod, a tool that wasn't just for show, as it not only confirmed the authenticity of the bag and tied it to the unique candidate number, but also scanned and counted the monster cores within, automatically and precisely, eliminating the need for manual inspection and the risk of cheating. With all data being transmitted directly to the head assessment instructor, the vice headmistress, and even the headmaster himself, ensuring there would be no mismatches, bribery, or manipulation, just numbers. Cold, clean truth, a brutal but fair system, much like the trial itself, and Raziel couldn't help but chuckle to himself, wondering if the head instructor or principal would attempt to manipulate the results to pass someone, highlighting the transparency and fairness of the system, where the outcome would be determined solely by the numbers. A truly impartial and honest evaluation process. And when the time comes, a direct attack will be launched, specifically from the Church of Light. To make matters worse, a certain individual who was previously offended will likely be involved. A pause ensued. Then a warning was issued. With the current strength, total defeat is inevitable. Raziel's lips curved into a faint smile. He didn't even flinch. He acknowledged the warning, raising his eyes to watch the golden banners fluttering high above the arena. The announcement had yet to be made. He reassured Villy in a calm tone, saying not to worry, as everything was already planned. He confidently stated that he would walk out of there unscathed, and no one would dare lay a hand on him. Villy remained unresponsive, at least not with words. The silence was palpable as the tension continued to build. With Raziel's unwavering confidence and the impending doom that was to come, the situation was precarious, to say the least. With the Church of Light and the previously offended individual waiting in the wings, it seemed that a fierce battle was on the horizon. But Raziel remained unfazed. His plan was set in motion, and he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With his current strength, he was aware of the risks, but he was determined to emerge victorious. The stage was set, and the outcome was far from certain. As the drama continued to unfold, one thing was clear. Raziel was ready for the fight of his life, and he was determined to walk out of the arena unscathed, despite the odds being stacked against him. The system's digital demeanor would have been grim, suspicious, and perhaps even a little scared, if it had a face, because from everything it knew, every scrap of data, every calculation, it simply couldn't see a path forward, as there was no logic to the claim made by the individual. No outlet for escape, no possible scenario where a half-injured person, an outcast flesh from trial, soaked in blood and still weak from overexertion, could survive a direct assault from the Church of Light, much less walk away untouched. And yet, the person in question seemed confident, which made the system want to say that the host was being very arrogant. But then again, he was supposed to be the villain, so the system referred to him as such, and the individual, Raziel, spoke inside his mind, his eyes half-lidded, boredom bleeding through his expression as he sat hunched in a shaded corner of the arena, asking what exactly the Shadow Affinity did and how he was supposed to use it, which was met with a moment of silence. The familiar, emotionless voice of the system echoed back, "Why ask when you already know the answer?" Host, and Raziel's eyebrow twitched in response. Before the system continued, "All my authority over affinity-related data is restricted. If you wish to learn about Shadow Affinity and its applications, you must access the system space and consult with the villains. I'm confident they will have all the answers you're looking for," which prompted Raziel to sigh internally, shaking his head as if he'd known this would happen all along, and he leaned back slightly, blood from his still injured arm patterning softly onto the ground near his feet, where the crimson tail had lessened but hadn't fully stopped, and the pain was dull now, but present like a silent reminder of everything he just crawled through, all while 10 minutes had passed since the instructor had told him to wait, and Raziel thought to himself that he had been doing nothing but watching for those 10 minutes, his gaze drifting across the bustling Coliseum, where candidates moved about with frantic purpose. Some were sprinting towards the exits, unwilling to face confirmation of failure. Perhaps they knew they didn't meet the quota, while others were arguing, laughing, or tending to injuries Cores were being counted, bags were being returned, and the energy in the air was tense but vibrant in the aftermath of survival. And slowly, steadily, the scene unfolded before Raziel's eyes, a mix of emotions and activities, as he stood there, waiting and observing, his mind still trying to process the events that had just transpired. The crowd began to shrink as more and more people left the grounds, some in groups and others alone, their faces heavy with disappointment. Yet they carried their weight with the kind of silence that only near death could bring, and eventually, the filtering was complete, leaving only those who had passed, a mere 700 candidates scattered in small groups, and despite their injuries and the exhaustion that still weighed down their limbs, most wore quiet smiles. Not born of pride, but of relief and belonging, and the flicker of dreams that felt finally within each, bright futures and glorious prospects, as they were now part of an elite, evident in their expressions, a shared understanding that these individuals would one day become generals, leaders, famed mages, or elite nobles, and the socializing had already begun, with connections being formed and words exchanged with gravity, as they weren't just making friends, but securing alliances for the future, and Raziel observed it all with passive interest, unmoving, thinking to himself that they had already started playing the next game, and he didn't move to join them, preferring to remain detached from the scene unfolding before him. He never would, for he had no need for friendships. Not yet, not here, but just as the social warmth was peaking, a sudden, sharp, commanding voice sliced through the Colosseum like a blade, as attention was demanded from the candidates, and the air froze, with every head instinctively turning towards the raised platform at the far end of the arena, where a figure stood, tall and poised, cloaked in a flowing violet-silver robe, threads shimmering faintly with ethereal embroidery under the afternoon sun, and their very presence demanded silence, and it was Vice Headmistress Selva, whose voice was smooth, controlled, neither warm nor cold, but balanced in that delicate in-between that made her impossible to read. As her gaze swept across the battered survivors below, her sharp silver eyes pausing only for brief seconds on different faces, measuring, weighing, judging, and she began to speak, extending her congratulations and stating that they stood there because they survived, and a beat passed before she continued, saying they earned that survival, not by luck, cheating, or any accident, but by clawing their way through a trial meant to break them, and they didn't break, and it was noticeable that several around them straightened instinctively, as if responding to an unspoken challenge. With Raziel noticing this reaction, his eyes narrowing in observation. As the announcement was made, a surge of pride swelled within the crowd, with some individuals even clenching their fists in exhilaration, for from this moment forward, they were no longer mere wanderers, no longer hopefuls or nameless candidates, but officially students of the esteemed Akan Vale Academy, and a ripple of breath swept through the crowd, accompanied by a few gasps and tears held back, as smiles widened in joy, although one face remained impassive, that of Raziel. While Selva continued, her tone undergoing a slight yet perceptible shift, as she reminded them that the ordeal they had endured was a reflection of the world outside, brutal, unfair, and unforgiving. Yet despite this, they had emerged victorious, and Selva's words took on a slightly sharper edge as she declared that their success was a good indication that they might just be worthy of the resources that were about to be invested in them, a statement that had a noticeable impact, as the last line seemed to sting, causing a few smiles to falter and disappear from faces. Raziel's lips curved slightly, but it wasn't a smile, as he thought to himself, so that's how it is, blunt, honest, unapologetic. The Academy wasn't here to pamper anyone. You were a calculated investment and nothing more. Vice Headmistress let her gaze sweep once more across the small sea of survivors, battered, bloody, but unbroken, standing with pride. Then her voice rang out again, calm, crisp, yet beneath it lay an almost imperceptible weight, like a steel blade wrapped in velvet, stating, "Tomorrow, your formal instruction begins." Murmurs flickered through the crowd, excitement stirring beneath the surface like a restrained tide. But before that, she would like to announce the privileges they'd already earned, rewards granted simply for passing the trial. The air seemed to hold its breath. Every student, regardless of their future results, will receive the following. Her eyes sharpened as she began. 103rd rank elemental cores per month, tailored to their preferred elemental affinity. From rare to common, no exceptions. Gasps erupted. A few candidates couldn't help but exhale sharply. As the weight of her words sank in, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. The promise of such a reward was almost too much to bear, and the students couldn't help but wonder what other challenges and rewards lay ahead. Their formal instruction was set to begin, and they were ready to face whatever came next. With the privileges they'd earned, they felt a sense of pride and accomplishment, knowing they'd made it this far and were one step closer to achieving their goals. The academy's harsh exterior hid a wealth of opportunities, and the students were eager to seize them. With the elemental cores, they'd have the chance to hone their skills and unlock their true potential. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The students were in for a wild ride, and they were ready to take on whatever the academy threw their way. As the astonishing revelation unfolded, even some of the nobles couldn't help but widen their eyes in utter disbelief. For a commoner, a single rare elemental core could be equivalent to months of wages, and this was indeed wealth and power in its most awe-inspiring, consumable form, with a total of at least 1,000 gold coins, which could sustain a middle-class family for 1,000 months. And to make matters even more extraordinary, there was also free access to the fabled Vault of the Grand Library, containing extensive knowledge across every major magical discipline, including spellcraft, enchantment, alchemy, elemental theory, mana control, cursecraft, summoning, and more, which sparked a ripple of excitement among the students, as knowledge was indeed power, especially for those whose families had never had access to such elite-level theory. And for some, this was even more valuable than gold, not to mention the monthly resource packs, potion sets, mana recovery elixirs, low-tier artifacts, and ritual scrolls, all provided at no cost, which left the crowd in a stunned silence, with eyes flicking sideways and whispers beginning to rise. And, as if all that was not enough, there was also access to training chambers reinforced to withstand Tier 6 magic, which caused even more heads to turn, with some students audibly gasping in amazement, for this was the kind of facility that even major noble houses couldn't afford to construct, leaving everyone in a state of utter bewilderment and astonishment. In a rather astonishing turn of events, it was announced that one-on-one evaluation sessions with advanced instructors would be held every 2 months, alongside medical care at no charge, including limb or organ growth up to Tier 3 loss, which left some students, like the single injured student sitting near the front, dropping to his knees, covering his face with a trembling hand, utterly speechless. The Academy's generosity seemed to know no bounds, with perks such as free meals, housing, uniforms, and clothing tailored specifically to mana compatibility, which had some students nodding in disbelief, as if trying to convince themselves this was real, particularly the more scholarly students whose eyes lit up like stars as they contemplated the full education coverage, comprising combat theory, history of mana, beast lore, noble etiquette, war strategy, and magical ethics. However, it was the next words that truly froze even the most jaded of hearts, as it was revealed that not only the students, but also their immediate families, if applicable, would be placed under the direct protection of the Academy, with their housing, education, and safety guaranteed, prompting a wave of stunned silence to blanket the arena, before it eventually broke, leaving everyone reeling from the sheer magnitude of the announcement. Gasps filled the air as some students clutched each other, overcome with emotion, with one girl falling to her knees, sobbing quietly, repeatedly whispering the words, "My brother. He'll be safe now." Even a few noble-born individuals tilted their heads in grudging approval, while some others clapped softly, respectfully, as the weight of what they had gained began to sink in, already eclipsing their imagination. And this was it. This was why people gambled their lives for Aikenvale. and they hadn't even fully stepped into the academy yet, and Selva gave them a moment to breathe, to let the storm of gratitude run its course, before she raised a single hand, and silence returned like a curtain falling, as she began to explain, "Yes, these are your baseline rights, compulsory benefits you receive just for surviving, regardless of your background, regardless of your power level, these are yours." A fact that seemed to resonate deeply with the students, who were still trying to process the magnitude of what they had just been given. She paused, and the atmosphere was filled with an air of anticipation, as if the weight of her next words would be crushing. With no special treatment or favoritism, the Academy honored its word, and silence ensued, thick with awe, like a palpable force that commanded attention. And then, with a subtle shift in her stance, her voice grew cold, its shape like frost spreading across warm glass, a chilling effect that seemed to seep into the souls of those listening. Meanwhile, a silent chuckle echoed in someone's mind, a dismissive thought about the politicians, but the words that followed were like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the room. As she spoke, "If any of you believe this is not enough, if you greed, you hunger, your ambition still claws at your chest." Her head tilted slightly, her expression unreadable, a mask of calmness, and then she spoke again, her words a call to action. "Then work for more." She shrugged, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Become stronger. Climb faster." The words hung in the air, a challenge, a gauntlet thrown, a reminder that the only way to succeed was to strive for more, to push beyond the limits, to become more than what you currently are. And the silence that followed was like a spark waiting to ignite the flames of ambition, of greed, of hunger that burned within those who listened. A cackling energy pulsed through the air, now changed and electric, as the announcement was made, leaving everyone in a state of shock and awe, with some students clenching their fists and others breathing rapidly, while one boy near the back whispered in excitement, "That's what I'm talking about." As the path forward was revealed to be open to all, with contribution points determining the outcome, and from tomorrow, instructors would explain how to earn them through various means, such as missions, academic excellence, research, combat merit, or service to the Academy, offering endless opportunities to rise, with the final words falling like a challenge branded into the air itself. "There is no cap, no ceiling. Take as much as you can carry," which ignited a sense of limitless possibility. And one individual, Raziel, yawned, seemingly unfazed, yet aware that manipulation had already begun, while another, Selva, rose to deliver a final decree, this time laced with a note of challenge that sparked the battlefield instincts in every soul present, declaring that a Convale Academy was open to every advantage one could take, setting the stage for a journey of unbridled ambition and competition. In a dramatic display of authority, Vice Headmistress Selva raised a single hand, her gesture exuding grace and composure, as the magical sigils hovering above the stage flickered and then dimmed in a soft pulse of fading light, like a gentle whisper that commanded silence, not forced, but natural, as if the entire Colosseum held its breath in anticipation. And then her voice rang out again, crisp, clear, and refined, like a bell cutting through the aftermath of battle, as she announced, "Before we end today's ceremony, I would like to recognize a special class of students." Her tone shifting subtly, still formal, still distant, but now threaded with something deeper, not excitement or emotion, but recognition and approval, as she acknowledged that there were those among them who did not merely pass the entrance trial, but shattered its expectations. And in response, a few bows followed, and more heads tilted ever so slightly, in a moment of subdued yet palpable admiration, as the atmosphere remained hushed like a held breath, in reverence of the students being recognized, their achievement a testament to their exceptional abilities, and the Vice Headmistress's words a tribute to their outstanding performance, her voice a beacon of acknowledgement, shining brightly in the aftermath of the ceremony, like a shining star on a clear night, illuminating the path forward. As the students basked in the glory of their achievement, their faces aglow with pride and satisfaction, in a moment that would be etched in their memories forever. In a shocking turn of events, 35 candidates have managed to qualify for entry into the esteemed royal classroom, with each individual acquiring a minimum of 1,000 elemental cores during the trial, a feat that has left everyone in stunned silence, which suddenly gave way to a mixture of utter disbelief and awe, as if the very foundations of the arena had been shaken, with murmurs of royal classroom. 35? Spreading like wildfire, accompanied by gasps of incredulity, as people struggled to wrap their heads around the astonishing number, wondering if these candidates were somehow superhuman and how on earth they managed to collect such an enormous amount of cores, a feat that even the most seasoned and privileged students, including noble scions and descendants of famed bloodlines, found mind-boggling, with some students glancing down at their own bags, feeling a sense of inadequacy and despair, as they realized their own totals, such as 102, 137, and 106, fell woefully short, and a heavy silence fell over one particular boy. His fists clenched, his breathing shallow, as he clutched his spatial bag tightly, his jaw locked in a mixture of anxiety and determination. Having barely scraped together exactly 100 cores, just enough to qualify, leaving him teetering on the edge of uncertainty, his emotions raw and exposed, as the weight of his own limitations threatened to crush him. One lucky kill away from ejection. And then he had to hear this, which made his hands tremble. But in stark contrast, Selva's voice was undisturbed, smooth like iron beneath velvet, as she announced that the Royal Classroom is a tier above all other divisions, with its members receiving access to resources and instruction unavailable to the general student body, including classified spell formations, Tier 5 dungeons, legacy techniques, and direct mentorship from high instructors. Speaking in a tone that made it sound like routine, but the weight of her words wasn't lost on anyone as eyes snapped towards him. Even those trying to keep a calm face found their throats dry, because it wasn't just the perks that were significant, but the implication that these 35 students were now untouchable. And then her tone dropped lower, as she mentioned perhaps the most important part, which many of them may already know, but it bears repeating. Her gaze sweeping across the stunned crowd, neither gloating nor kind, simply truthful, as she revealed that the Royal Classroom does not follow the standard 8-year progression, with no fixed grade levels and no year-by-year advancement. All students, from first year to fourth year or even 8th, studied side by side in the same hall, where a few students exhaled audibly and one even muttered something under their breath, trying not to look too rattled, as Selva didn't pause, and instead let the truth hang in the air like a guillotine blade suspended, stating that if you're strong enough and your contribution points are high enough, you can graduate in 1 year, a fact that no one laughed at because they knew what graduation from a convale meant, a status that no family name or noble blood could ever match. And among the crowd, postures had changed. The air was heavy but more focused, as students gulped not from fear but from reality setting in, realizing that there would be no easing into greatness, and Selva allowed the tension to settle before continuing. Her words leaving a profound impact on the students, who were now more determined than ever as the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly intense, with every student aware of the challenges that lay ahead and the significance of graduating from such a prestigious institution. And now, the students were on the verge of embarking on a journey that would test their strength, courage, and determination as they strive to achieve the ultimate goal of graduating from a convale in just 1 year. The voice sharpened again, slicing through the dense fog of anticipation that had settled over the crowd, as the top 3 achievers among this elite group were about to be revealed, and the atmosphere tightened like a coiled spring, with dozens of gazes snapping to attention, some students subtly straightening their backs, while off to the side, away from the noise and shifting stares, a figure watched, silent and unreadable, already aware of the names that were about to be announced. And then the announcements began, with rank 3 being Aeon, with 1,023 cores, followed by rank 2, Selena, with 1,101 cores, which prompted a few audible gasps, not from shock, but from the sudden awareness of how close those two scores were, with only a few dozen apart, and the tension was palpable, as the pause that followed seemed to stretch on forever, as the crowd waited with bated breath for the final revelation, and the figure remained still, unmoved by the drama unfolding before them, as the silence was finally broken. But the moment was frozen in time, waiting for the next word to be spoken, and the crowd was left hanging, wondering what would come next, as the pause seemed to take on a life of its own, and the anticipation continued to build, until finally the silence was broken, and the moment of truth was at hand. But for now, it was Selena's score that was the focus, and the crowd was left to ponder the significance of that score, and the figure watched, still and unmovable, as the drama continued to unfold, with the crowd holding its collective breath, waiting for the next announcement and the moment of truth that would change everything, and the atmosphere remained tense, like a coiled spring, ready to snap at any moment, as the crowd waited and the figure watched, silent and unreadable, as the pause seemed to stretch on forever, and the anticipation continued to build until the next word was spoken, and the crowd would finally know the truth, and the figure would finally react. Or maybe not. As the drama continued to unfold, and the tension continued to build, with the crowd waiting, and the figure watching, as the moment of truth approached, and the silence was finally broken by Selva, who paused, and the crowd was left to wonder what would come next. A pulsating silence engulfed the atmosphere, a collective breath held by hundreds, and then a sudden movement. The entire courtyard seemed to lean forward in unison, as if drawn by an invisible force. With the announcement of Silva Feilith and her staggering 705,562 elemental cores, the silence that followed was not dramatic, but primal. It struck the courtyard like a void, collapsing in on itself, freezing every sound and every movement. The reaction was not one of confusion, but fear. A spatial bag slipped from a student's numb fingers and hit the marble floor with a dull clink. Another boy, his expression pale and hollow, whispered, "That's not human." The girl beside him nodded slowly, her face drained of color, as if some harsh truth had just been branded into her skull. The weight of the moment was palpable, and the crowd was left to grapple with the implications of what they had just witnessed. The sheer magnitude of the elemental cores was daunting, and the silence was a testament to the awe and terror that it inspired. The students were paralyzed, unable to process the enormity of what they had just seen, and the only sound was the dull echo of the spatial bag hitting the floor, a haunting reminder of the fear that gripped the courtyard. The scene unfolded with a dramatic flourish as the nobles, who had initially strolled in with an air of confidence and superiority, wavers, their eyes widening in shock, while a few stiffened, attempting to maintain their composure, and others subtly stepped away from the elven girl standing silently near the edge of the formation, her presence now burning with an unspoken intensity, not because of any overt action, but due to the profound implications of her achievement, for she hadn't merely won, she had utterly eclipsed them. Her triumph, a stark reminder of the vast chasm between their abilities, a reality that even Raziel, seated in the far side of the crowd, couldn't help but acknowledge, his gaze lowering slightly, a thin bead of sweat trickling down his temple, as he already knew the numbers, but witnessing the weight of her accomplishment hit the world was an entirely different experience. And then Selva's voice, calm, precise, and merciless, cut through the silence. Her words, a stark reminder of the gulf between them, as she pointed out that the rest of them had struggled to gather 100, while she had bought back over 700,000, a staggering amount that surpassed all of their combined efforts several times over, her voice softening just enough to be heard clearly as she drove home the point. This is the difference between passing and truly ruling. The weight of her words hanging in the air like a challenge. The words uttered didn't echo. Instead, they carved themselves into the bone, leaving a lasting impression, and then the tone shifted again, this time laced with a cold finality, as a reminder was served that power is real, and it speaks, determining one's worth in a convale. where only the mighty are deemed worthy. And as a hand was raised once more, the sigils that had hovered above the bust erupted into brilliant light before fading into smoke, as if sealed from the air itself. And to those still standing, congratulations were offered, for they had earned a place among monsters. But a warning was also issued, to never forget that some monsters are still far more fearsome than others, and the tension never dissipated, as Selva turned, her cloak rippling faintly with the movement, and stepped forward once again. And before the trial ceremony was officially brought to a close, a final decree was announced. To be etched into memory, a warning that would not be repeated, a lasting impression to be remembered. Her voice had sharpened into something else now, not irony, but judgment, as she declared that within the prestigious walls of Akenvale Academy, combat between students was not only permitted, but actually encouraged. The words rippling through the crowd like thunder wrapped in silence, allowing students the freedom to challenge, to scheme, to duel, to humiliate, and even to break bones if they so desired, prompting some students to suck in quiet breaths, while others let out low chuckles, their emotions a mix of nervousness and thrill, though it was impossible to tell, as the atmosphere was electric with anticipation, and the warning was clear. No instructor would intervene, no hand would protect them, for in this academy, conflict was an integral part of the curriculum, and strength was a privilege, a fact that was driven home by her pause, as she stopped speaking, leaving the weight of her words to sink in, the silence that followed a testament to the gravity of the world she had described. A heartbeat echoed, followed by another, but the serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered as a voice sliced through the air like a blade falling from the sky, proclaiming a single, unyielding truth. Within the Academy's walls, there existed one absolute, inviolable line. Killing was strictly forbidden. A rule that could not be broken, not even once, lest one face the ultimate consequence. For to violate this sacred law would result in not facing trial, but in being erased, obliterated, regardless of one's background, family, or name. A principle etched in stone, unyielding and unrelenting. As the gaze swept across the sea of faces, reiterating that everything else was permissible, that the only constant was the ruthless, unwavering law of the land. And then, in a quiet, measured tone, yet with each syllable ringing out like scripture, the voice continued, articulating a fundamental tenet. Power is privilege, a notion that governed the dynamics of the academy, where the strong took what they desired, and the weak served. A stark, unvarnished truth that hung in the air, a reminder that if one desired more, they had to be willing to seize it. Inside a world of unyielding ambition, respect is not earned, it's seized. And the only language that holds sway is that of strength, a mantra that echoes through the hallowed halls of a prestigious institution, where the strong rise and the weak falter, as a figure of authority lowers their hand, signaling the end of an era, and with a final, resounding welcome to Akenvale. The students are bid farewell, their families and friends surrounding them for what may be the last time, as they're instructed to report to the academy gates the following morning. The vice headmaster's parting words hanging in the air like a specter, his abrupt disappearance leaving only an unsettling silence and the reverberations of a newfound reality which the students struggled to grasp, their emotions swirling in a maelstrom of excitement, confusion, fear, and disbelief. As they erupt into a cacophony of voices and murmurs, like a dam bursting, with some hastening to reunite with their loved ones, while others remain frozen, attempting to make sense of the life-altering events that have just transpired, their minds reeling from the aftershocks of a threshold crossed and a journey begun, one that will test their mettle, push them to their limits, and forever alter the trajectory of their lives. 700,000. A number that seemed utterly impossible, even if one were to leap 20 years into the future, prompting whispers of disbelief among the onlookers, who didn't even bother to lower their voices, as they struggled to comprehend how anyone could possess such an astonishing figure. Considering that 100 was deemed a success and 1,000 was elite, but 700,000 was simply unfathomable, feeling not just unfair, but wrong. as if the very laws of reality had been bent to favor one girl. And then there were the rules. Everyone had heard the rumors, whispers about the brutality of Akenvale's academy grounds, where violence was allegedly encouraged, but to hear it delivered so coldly and clearly from the vice head herself was a completely different story. The pressure settling like a storm cloud over the field, a weight that refused to lift even after she left, leaving behind a sense of incredulity and unease that lingered in the air, as people couldn't help but wonder if she had cheated or if she was somehow a divine ace, because there was no other explanation for such an incredible number, and the atmosphere remained tense, heavy with the implication that something was amiss, that the rules had been broken, or perhaps bent to accommodate this extraordinary individual, whose presence seemed to defy the norms of reality, leaving everyone to ponder the mystery of her achievement and the unsettling feeling that the laws of reality had been twisted to favor her, a feeling that persisted long after the initial shock had begun to wear off. As the crowd continued to grapple with the enormity of what they had just witnessed, and the unshakable sense that something was not quite right, they were now aware that survival was not guaranteed. But one thing brought them comfort, and that was the healing division, where in the distance, a green light started to bloom like fireflies across the broken marble. As teams of robe-clad healers moved swiftly between the wounded, their chants soft, hands glowing, soothing both flesh and mind, with calm and reassuring voices, saying, "It's all right. You're safe now. You did well. Just breathe." The staff from the Academy's elite healing unit were trained for this, not just to mend bones, but to stitch hope back into the students who would need it most. And they would be seeing these healers again, often, because in this place, pain was a part of progress, and every time a fight broke out, those injured would be treated immediately, without which the brutality of their progress would be slow. Too slow to match the expectations set upon them, as the healers played a crucial role in ensuring that the students could continue to push forward, despite the challenges they faced, and the healing division was a beacon of hope in a place where the struggle to survive was a constant reality. In a system where every student was subject to relentless battles, resulting in brutal beatings that left them bloodied and bruised, the only means to reclaim their pride was to defeat the one who had bested them. But this cycle of violence was never-ending, as once they emerged victorious, an even stronger opponent would inevitably arise, and this pattern would repeat itself, with the Academy turning a blind eye to the countless times its students were broken. As long as they ultimately grew stronger, embracing the doctrine that anything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger, a phrase that wasn't just a motto, but a way of life. And yet, amidst all this chaos and recovery, one student remained isolated, a lone figure, Raziel, who sat alone, a poignant contrast to the never-ending cycle of violence and struggle that surrounded them. Still seated quietly in the fat cone of the Colosseum, shadows culing out his posture like second skin, he remained watching. Not one heel approached him, not even one glance. Not to say help, they passed him by like he didn't exist, because they must have been OD'd to ignore him, and he thought to himself, "Guess I won't be getting any healing help in Academy." How predictable, as Racism Raziel chuckled softly under his beak, shaking his head as he watched Gino Beast flut by him, Neve even glancing his way, and also from afar, he caught movement. In the distance, his eyes locked with a lone fig. The Warden, still watching, eyes locked onto him like a pedo awaiting weakness. That same smug expression still painted on his face, casual, but beneath it, a sharp gleam of hunch, a killing intent so suffocating it distorted the AI, owned him. It wasn't even hidden. How petty do you have to be to think you killing a 16-year-old while smiling like that? And then a voice intervened, saying it was him who provoked him in fifth place, but Raziel chose to ignore it. He only sighed, shaking his head, and then a voice came, as he continued to sit quietly, observing his surroundings, with the shadows cooling around him like second skin, and the figure in the distance, still watching him with an intent to kill. The air was thick with tension, and the silence was deafening, as he waited for what would happen next, his eyes fixed on the figure, his expression unchanged, despite the hostility that surrounded him. As the Colosseum emptied, A palpable killing intent began to emanate from all directions, fixated on one individual, and a voice inquired about their plan, wondering if they would run or await their demise, to which Raziel responded with an air of nonchalance, his gaze unwavering as he sat with his left arm resting on his knee, eyes half-lidded, exuding an aura of boredom despite being surrounded by people who wished him harm, and he smiled, reassuring the voice not to worry, as if his words had summoned them. The sound of footsteps echoed across the marble floor, measured and deliberate, too synchronized to be casual, prompting the crowd's murmurs to grow loud before suddenly falling silent as a large group approached him, with people instinctively stepping aside to clear a path, nobody daring to interfere, students watching in disbelief, their eyes widening as whispers scattered like dry leaves caught in the wind, and the atmosphere remained tense, anticipating what would unfold next as Raziel's smile seemed to hint at an impending arrival. And the crowd's silence was a testament to the unease that had settled over the Colosseum. With all eyes fixed on the unfolding scene, the air thick with anticipation, as the footsteps drew closer, their synchronized rhythm a clear indication of a coordinated approach, and the crowd's silence was a stark contrast to the earlier murmurs, as if everyone was holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. With Raziel remaining seated, his expression unreadable, yet his smile still plastered on his face, as the group finally came into view, their presence commanding attention, and the crowd's whispers began to circulate once more, like leaves rustling in the wind. As the tension continued to build, with everyone waiting with bated breath to see what would unfold, and Raziel's calm demeanor seemed to be the only constant in the sea of uncertainty that had engulfed the Colosseum. The scene unfolded, with a murmur of saintess barely audible, as someone's gaze was fixed on the woman walking in front, her golden hair flowing like divine silk in the wind, catching rays of the setting sun and turning them into halos of grace. Her expression was unreadable, cold as steel, serene as a blade mid-flight, and then a whisper of Aeon spread, followed by the revelation that it was Aeon Dagonwith, from House Dagonwith, a name that seemed to command attention, as even the Duke's son came down from the VIP stands, prompting a ripple of confusion and alarm through the crowd, with people wondering what they were doing there, and it became clear that these weren't just spectators, as the crowd's agitation grew, fueled by the unexpected appearance of such esteemed individuals. These were the Empire's future pillars, its chosen elite, and the question lingered as to what business they could possibly have on the lower grounds. But then the realization struck like thunder. They were walking towards him, towards Raziel, and the thought sent a shiver down the spine. They're going to that guy. The uncertainty was palpable. Do you think they'll... A whisper escaped and attack him, right here, inside the Colosseum. The very idea seemed unimaginable. That apostate, someone whispered with a mix of disgust and fear. Yeah, I think that's it. There's no way the Saintess would let him live. But the memory of the Vice Headmistress's intervention earlier echoed. She had stopped the Holy Knights, warned them, said the Imperial Princess was here. Would they still attack him? The tension was suffocating. Idiot. The Empire's elite. With their eyes fixed on Raziel, their intentions unclear, the air was thick with anticipation, as the crowd held its collective breath, waiting to see what would unfold. The chosen elite, with their sights set on Raziel, their actions, a mystery, the Empire's future, hanging in the balance, the lower grounds, a stage for a drama that was about to unfold, with Raziel at its center, and the elite closing in, their intentions, a ticking time bomb, waiting to explode in a maelstrom of chaos and destruction. The Colosseum, a witness to the impending storm, the Empire's future, hanging precariously in the balance, as the elite moved closer, their footsteps echoing through the halls of the Colosseum. The sound, a death knell, tolling the fate of Raziel and the Empire forever, intertwined in a dance of fate and destiny. Of course they would. It's only logical, considering the Academy's neutral stance, But one mustn't forget that Selena holds a position of great influence, not only as the heiress of a prestigious duke house, but also as a revered saintess. And Aeon, the future duke of House Dagonwev, one of the strongest factions within the empire, their combined power is a force to be reckoned with. Even the imperial princess wouldn't dare to stand in their way. Thus, the academy has no choice but to acquiesce to their demands. Yet, one can't help but wonder, why not wait until he leaves the grounds? Why cause unnecessary friction with the academy over someone as seemingly insignificant? He's known as the shame of the VILLIANS for a reason. After all, his capabilities are laughable. He wouldn't even be able to put up a fight if they were to attack him now. His pathetic nature is almost palpable, but just as these thoughts are expressed, a hushed warning echoes through the air. Shh, don't say that name, another student hisses, eyes wide with panic, as sweat trickles down his neck. He casts a nervous glance around, only calming down once he's certain no one else has overheard. The tension is palpable. The mere mention of the name seems to have sent a shiver down the spines of those nearby. He's wondering if someone wants to disappear. And it's mentioned that a certain individual is no longer part of a prominent family. And if anyone were to find out, it would be perceived as disrespecting that family, and then there's a pause, as it's considered that if this person is still present, it would mean they have passed some kind of trial, which seems impossible, and there's a tone of disbelief, as it's thought that someone of their nature couldn't possibly have succeeded. But doubt has already begun to creep in, and soon dozens, then hundreds of hushed voices are speculating, forming a complex web of theories, each one more absurd than the last, with fears, denials, and uncertainties swirling about, much like maggots feeding on a decaying corpse of certainty. And amidst all this chaos, one figure remains still, unmoving, until suddenly they rise. Doing so in a calm and slow manner, he stepped forward, 1 foot ahead, then stopped, his gaze steady, as if the weight of the world on his shoulders was nothing more than air, with two sides standing a breath's distance apart, no more than 2 steps separating him from the approaching storm, Aeon and Selena. Behind them, a disciplined procession of nearly 80 elite students, each one of whom had passed the trial, each one deadly, stood in perfect silence, their expressions unreadable, waiting for whatever judgment the two at the front had come to deliver. Further back, the Holy Knights remained frozen in place, held at bay by the Saintess's direct command. They didn't like it. Their hands twitched against their weapons. Every instinct screamed at them to move, to protect their divine vessel from that abomination. But they didn't, because she had ordered them not to. That piece of blasphemy was standing before the Saintess, and they couldn't move. Their jaws clenched. Their pride bled, but they obeyed. Aeon stared at Raziel, his lips parted slightly, but no words came. The weight of the moment hung in the air as the two sides stood there, waiting for something to happen. The tension was palpable. The Holy Knights were torn between their loyalty to the Saintess and their desire to protect her. But they remained still, frozen in place, awaiting the outcome of the standoff. Aeon's gaze remained fixed on Raziel, his expression unreadable, as the silence stretched out. The only sound, the quiet breathing of the assembled crowd. The anticipation was building. Something was about to happen, but what, only time would tell. The scene was set. The players were in place. All that was left was for the drama to unfold, and it would, soon enough. As the silence finally broke, and the words that had been unspoken for so long were finally uttered, the consequences of which would change everything, forever. His brows furrowed, and something flickered behind his eyes, a mix of conflict, doubt, and hesitation, as the image of the Dagon spirit resurfaced in his mind, with the words the spirit spoke echoing repeatedly inside his head, talking about a certain someone, describing them as a heroic figure, a passionate and generous person, but also someone who is too stubborn to admit it. And amidst all the thoughts and emotions, he almost had the illusion that the Dagon spirit liked this person, but in the end, he didn't know what to believe anymore. And beside him, Selena stood silently, her gaze lingering not on the person's face, but on their arm, Their right arm, which was completely ruined, disfigured, and charred beyond recognition, with a bite wound inhumanly large that tore through flesh and sinew, and blood still dripped freely despite the white handkerchief tied tightly over it, now dyed entirely red. Raziel remained utterly unfazed, not even batting an eyelid, as if the arm in question didn't belong to him, or he was completely numb to the pain. His stoic demeanor was quite perplexing. Meanwhile, Selena's golden eyes narrowed, but her face was a mask of calmness, devoid of any emotion, no pity, no disgust, or any other feeling. She simply stood there, serene and unreadable, yet somehow fully present, as if she was carefully measuring something. Then Raziel finally looked up. Their eyes met, and in that instant, a smile began to spread across his face, a smile that seemed to embody sin itself, blooming effortlessly, instinctively and naturally, across his lips. It wasn't forced, nor was it intentional, but rather a genuine, spontaneous expression. One that was undeniably dangerous, charming, and beautifully villainous. A smile that perfectly captured the essence of a villain, leaving a lasting impression, one that was impossible to ignore or forget. He couldn't help but smile. It was just a result of his natural talent, and he couldn't hide it even if he tried, as his expression was simply a reflex, and Raziel came to a sudden halt, his gaze slowly settling on the two figures standing ahead, the protagonist and the heroine, and a calm smile tugged at his lips, noble yet unreadable, the kind that concealed far more than it showed, and his plan was dangerous. Risky, even by his standards. But it would work. It had to work. Just as he lifted one foot to move, ready to initiate the sequence, an arm uninvited wrapped itself around his shoulder from the side, and Raziel's body froze mid-step, and a soft, cheerful voice came along with it, saying, "Hey, friends, you didn't miss me." Right, and the sudden intrusion broke the tension like a slap across still water, and Raziel turned his head slowly, eyes narrowing, and a face came into view, Riven, with that infuriatingly sweet smile on his lips, as if they were lifelong companions just reunited. And that same friendly grin, teeth gleaming as if nothing in this world could ever bother him. The divine clown, the trickster, the comic relief of this world. And without waiting for a reply, he lifted his left arm, his only good one, and shoved Riven's arm off his shoulder like one would brush off an insect, and his eyes, however, drifted downward. A subtle shift in expression, just the flicker of realization, crossed his face, but he, as always, didn't mind. He just kept smiling, his eyes twinkling with mischief that almost seemed genuine. Almost, as he said, "Come on now, that's no way to treat someone who has no evil intentions toward you, yet." But suddenly he shifted his gaze to the arm, the right arm, still clenched in blood, dripping onto the marble like a ticking clock of mortality, and Riven blinked once, then dramatically covered his mouth in mock shock. "Fiend, you're injured. Don't you feel pain? And no one's healed you yet." He looked around, theatrical concern plastered across his face. His voice rose a little, addressing no one and everyone at once. Anyone, any kind soul here. Feel like maybe doing something about that. No healers around. And then silence. No one stepped forward, but the healing unit, they only turned away. It seemed as if the very air around Raziel was cursed, as if healing him would infect them with the same darkness they all pretended not to fear. And this was evident in the way everyone around him was reacting, or rather, not reacting, for Riven turned his head next towards the large group of elites standing behind Selena and Aeon, and they just stared, unmoving, like frozen statues carved from resentment and disdain. Their faces expressionless, and even Selena, at the center, didn't move, her expression unreadable, emotionless as she glanced around, her lips set in a flat line. But she said nothing, cold, distant, willing to let whatever happened, happen, and not a single person stepped forward. Not from her group, not from the hundreds surrounding them. Only cold, unmoving stares met Raziel, judgmental, condemning, distant, as if he wasn't a wounded person, but an abomination, a smudge on their perfect world. And Riven's smile didn't falter. If anything, it grew warmer, as he looked at the church's people within the group next. Surely the faithful would not let a wounded soul suffer, right? He asked sweetly, his tone laced with bared irony, his head tilted with feigned innocence, lips curled into that same damnably kind smile, as he raised his eyebrows at them, as if inviting a moral display, his gaze seemingly asking them to step forward and show some compassion. But still, no one moved. The silence and inaction were deafening, and Riven's smile seemed to grow even wider, as if he was enjoying the awkwardness of the situation and the hypocrisy of those who claimed to be good and just, but were failing to act accordingly, their inaction speaking louder than any words, and Riven's eyes seemed to be sparkling with a knowing glint, as if he could see right through them and their pretended piety, and was calling them out on it, without saying a word, just with that one piercing and damning smile. As the situation unfolded, a sense of unease settled in, until finally, one figure emerged from the crowd, their expression a twisted mix of disgust, rage, holy conviction, and moral superiority, a potent blend that seemed to radiate an aura of hatred. And it was clear that this individual, Nyla, had reached a boiling point, as she gazed at Raziel with a look that seemed to regard him as something vile and contemptible, her voice rising in a scathing tone as she declared that no one helps monsters like him, emphasizing that they have every right to choose who receives their blessings. Her eyes locking onto Raziel's side profile with an unblinking, burning intensity filled with hatred, and as she turned her attention to another figure, her voice took on a rising tone, filled with disdain, as she callously stated that he can die for all she cares, and that the Empire would be better off without him. Her words echoing with a sense of malice, as she hoped he would suffer, her lip curling in a sneer as her gaze met Raziel's bloody figure, the sentiment being that she hoped he would die a painful death, her words hanging in the air like fire crackling in dry wood. And the silence that followed was colder than frost, with no one speaking out, no one stopping her, the atmosphere heavy with tension. She stood there silently, eyes half-lidded, cold and unfazed, not even batting an eye, while he gazed briefly at her companion, simply watching without judgment or approval, letting them do as they pleased, and then Riven looked from them to the other figure, spreading his arms out in theatrical acceptance, as if announcing a cosmic joke, and said with that ever-pleasant smile, tilting his head as he turned his face back toward him, "I guess everyone hates you, fiend." The words said lightly, like a passing joke, but they hit harder than any insult, and he stared back at Riven, his expression unreadable for a moment, but only for a moment, before his blood boiled inside, thinking to himself, who the fuck made this guy a god? Trying to humiliate me with these cheap theatrics, is that it? And he pointed a blood-slicked finger directly at Riven, warning him in a voice that dropped into a whisper, cold as death. "I'm warning you, don't call me fiend again. You'll regret it in future. I promise. Direct threat to a god." And maybe this looked like mindless behavior, but Raziel was aware of how his outburst might be perceived, thinking to himself, this isn't mindless behavior. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly what he is. His gaze boring into Riven's eyes. Gods don't need reasons, after all. If they want someone dead, that person dies. It's as simple as that. First meeting, first breath gone, no explanations needed. But if they let someone live, then there's a purpose behind it, a reason they haven't erased them yet. And Raziel's pulse was steady, his breathing calm. And the fact that he's standing there alive means only one thing. Riven doesn't want him dead. Riven just grinned wide, showing his teeth like a predator, pretending to be playful, but didn't say anything. But Raziel wasn't done. He turned his head sharply, eyes burning now as they landed on the priestess, and he said, his tone dropping several shades colder, fingers shifting from Riven to Nyla, did he ask for her help? His voice rose with disdain, each word cutting deeper than the last. Why was she acting like he begged her, becoming overly righteous all of a sudden? Even if she had offered her so-called divine healing, he would have spat in her face. He took one step forward, gaze unflinching as it met Nyla's, He didn't want help, especially not from any of them. His words were laced with contempt, and his eyes seemed to bore into her soul, as if daring her to try and help him anyway. Raziel's demeanor was one of fierce independence, and he made it clear that he wouldn't accept any kind of assistance from those around him. His pride and self-reliance were palpable, and it seemed that he would rather die than owe anyone anything. The air was thick with tension as he stood there. His eyes locked on Nyla, his jaw set in defiance, and his heart full of scorn for those who would try to help him. His lips curled downward. The disgust on his face was raw, unfiltered, and venomous, as he proclaimed to the crowd, "You all disgust me." His eyes sweeping across the crowd behind him, taking in each person, each face, his expression unwavering as he declared, "I'd rather die than be touched by any one of you." His words hanging in the air like a challenge, and the crowd responded with a wave of muttering that rippled through the spectators. A few flinching, others scowling, but he didn't blink, didn't even breathe heavily. His icy, noble detachment evident in every word, a demeanor that came from someone who'd already burned everything behind him. And Nyla's face darkened, her expression twisting in anger. For a split second, she actually looked like she might attack, her foot shifting forward, her hand curling into a fist, but she was stopped by Selena, who hadn't said a word, simply raising a hand and placing it calmly on Nyla's arm. Her presence alone enough to halt Nyla's potential outburst. No words, no warnings, just a gentle yet firm restraint. Nyla froze mid-step. Her hand, which had been raised to strike or speak, dropped back down, halted obediently, and in that moment, Raziel, despite the storm inside him, noticed something subtle, his outburst, which wasn't just anger, as the familiar twisting in his chest and the violent pulse rushing to his head wasn't natural. His trait, absolute arrogance, had flared, latching onto his fury like dry wood to fire, worsening everything, blinding him, and feeding it, and Raziel grit his teeth, thinking to himself that he needed to control it, feeling overwhelmed again, just because of something this small, and he let out a sigh, exhaling slowly, trying to buy the urge to lash out, as he struggled to regain control over his emotions, which were spiraling out of control, and his trait, which was fueling his anger, making it harder for him to think clearly, and he knew he had to calm down, to rationalize his thoughts, and not let his emotions get the better of him. But it was proving to be a difficult task, as his body was responding to his trait, and his mind was clouded by his fury, making it hard for him to focus, and he was aware that he was on the verge of losing control, and that's why he was trying to take deep breaths, to calm himself down, to silence the storm inside him, and to find a way to overcome his trait, which was threatening to consume him. In a dramatic turn of events, a character's frustration boiled over as he struggled to comprehend the chaotic situation unfolding before him. His jaw clenched in anger, and his mind racing to piece together the puzzle of the trial, the monster, and the dragon's words, all while being faced with a mysterious boy. And just as he was about to speak up and ask the burning question on his mind, a delicate and measured hand reached out, gently wrapping around another character's injured arm, bringing him to a halt, his blood-slicked fingers freezing in midair, the touch soft yet impossible to ignore. And as he looked down, he saw that it was Selena who had moved forward, her actions stopping him mid-motion, leaving him speechless and unsure of what to do next, the tension palpable as the scene played out, with Aeon shifting where he stood, his own jaw clenched in a mixture of confusion and desperation, trying to understand what was happening, and the character whose arm had been grasped, known as Raziel, standing there, his emotions frozen in time, as the hand that had wrapped around his arm seemed to hold him in a silent grip, the only sound being the quiet breathing of those present, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation and uncertainty. She took a single step forward, and in that moment, with all eyes watching, she cradled his battered arm in her palms carefully, effortlessly, as if holding something precious, gentle, holding his hand in her other delicate soft hand without caring about blood getting on her hand. The silence around them deepened, like even the surroundings themselves forgot how to breathe. Her voice was barely above a whisper, Let me heal it, she said, since no one else wants to. Her tone was flat, so quiet it nearly vanished, but the intent behind it was unmistakable. Her lips pressed into a thin line, unreadable, and her golden hair shimmered faintly beneath the sun. She didn't look up at his face, she only looked at his wound, and in that moment, she wasn't a high-ranking figure, or the heir to a noble house. She was just a girl trying to reach out. But his expression twisted, his brows furrowed sharply, his breath shortened, and his gaze, ice cold and sharp as obsidian, snapped to hers at last. Without a word, he yanked his arm back. The force tore his arm from her gentle grip, blood flicking into the air like red petals falling between them. Don't, his voice was low. The words that followed were a vehement refusal, a clear rejection of her offer, a stark contrast to the gentle gesture she had made. The sound of his voice was like a slap, a sudden and sharp rebuke, a clear warning to stay back. The moment was tense, the air was thick with emotion, and the silence that followed was oppressive, heavy with unspoken feelings. The only sound was the faint whisper of his voice, still echoing in the air, a low, rough sound that seemed to convey a deep-seated warning, a clear message that he would not be touched, that he would not be healed, that he would not be helped, at least, not by her. He was controlled, but beneath the surface, a fury was barely caged, edged with a pain that wasn't physical, a pain that had been simmering from the beginning, as he hadn't spared her a single glance, not once. Instead, he had looked at everyone else, mocking, glared, even smiled, but not at her, because she didn't matter, or so it seemed. But in reality, it was because if he looked at her too long, his composure might shatter, and he might just fuck everything up, which was something he couldn't afford. But then Selena met his eyes, calm, soft, and gentle, saying she just wanted to help, her voice soft now, devoid of anger or pride, but with the faintest trace of something else, something close to regret, maybe. But Raziel only stared back at her, his expression implying that her voice had offended the air, as he bluntly told her to fuck off, in a scene that would be forever etched in the memories of all who witnessed it. A shocking outburst echoed across the Colosseum, as a certain individual's words cut through the tense air like a blade, leaving a deafening and oppressive silence in its wake, where every spectator, from the commoners packed into the upper tiers to the nobles seated in their gilded balconies, froze as if time itself had stopped, with faces turned pale and mouths hung open in stunned disbelief, as the entirety of the Colosseum seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. And all that could be thought was, did he truly just say that? Did he really just use that kind of language? And to her, of all people, the saintess, with jaws crashing into the floor from the sheer audacity of it, wide eyes and trembling hands everywhere, and even the wind dared not stir, as if the world held its breath, terrified of what might come next. And the question on everyone's mind was, how could someone be this reckless, this brazen, with the saintess being the target of such a verbal attack, leaving everyone in a state of utter astonishment and bewilderment, with the only sound being the echoes of those infamous words, which seemed to hang in the air like a challenge, or a gauntlet thrown, as the world waited with bated breath to see what would happen next, and how the situation would unfold, with all eyes fixed on the individual who had spoken those words, and the saintess, who was the recipient of such a shocking and unprovoked attack, with the Colosseum itself seeming to be holding its breath, as if it too was waiting to see what would happen next, and how the situation would be resolved. He was utterly consumed by his own madness, or so it seemed, as if he had resigned himself to his impending doom, and was now unleashing every last shred of rage bottled inside him, and this thought sent a wild wave of horror spreading through the crowd, for they had already declared him dead in their hearts, and now his words had sealed his fate. For speaking unkindly of the saintess was a sin severe enough to warrant death, and yet he stood there, Raziel, gazing at her with defiance in his eyes, his voice dripping with venom, not just thinking but speaking, shouting his blasphemy aloud for all to hear, and not in the shadows where cowardice might shelter a man, but here, under the open sky, before thousands, and still, the question gnawed at them. Why did the Saintess even try to help a man like him? A man who once tried to force himself upon her. If there was anyone in this world she should hate, it should be Raziel. She, of all people, should have turned her face away in disgust, let him bleed out on the sands without a second thought. But no, that was what set her apart, and the crowd couldn't help but wonder, was he simply resigned to death? Had he decided that since his doom was inevitable, he would unleash every last shred of rage? And this thought sent a wave of horror through the crowd as they watched him, Raziel, standing there, speaking his mind, without fear, without shame, and the Saintess, standing there, trying to help him, despite everything. And the question remained, why? Why did she try to help him? Why did she even bother, when she should have hated him, when she should have turned her back on him? But she didn't. And that was what made this scene so astonishing, so bewildering, so utterly captivating. That was why she was the Saintess, chosen by the divine, as she demonstrated unwavering compassion, stepping forward with open hands when others would turn away in revulsion, and offering her healing light to even the most vile, showcasing her boundless mercy and limitless forgiveness, with her nobility shining like the sun at its zenith, warm, blinding, and pure. And so she had stepped forward, past the hateful glares of the crowd, past the whispered protests of those who could not comprehend such kindness, reaching out to the man who had once sought to ruin her, and offering to save him, which only made Raziel's defiance more monstrous in the eyes of the onlookers, whose anger boiled over, wondering how he could repay her kindness with such foul disrespect, as a woman who had every right to hate him had descended from her pedestal of purity to heal him, even after all that he had done, and yet he spat in her face with his words, causing the crowd to barely contain themselves, with fists clenched and teeth ground together, to the point where if the Saintess gave the word, there was not a man or woman there who would not leap forward to end Raziel where he stood, to rip him apart for this final, unforgivable insult. All held their breath, waiting, watching, as the scene unfolded with bated anticipation, everyone's eyes fixed on the Saintess, wondering how she would react to this blatant betrayal of her grace, their gaze flicking from Raziel to the Saintess, expecting fury, or at least sorrow, but the very air grew cold, heavy with tension so thick it could choke, and Aeon, standing apart from the seething masses, felt his gaze sharpen, his heart racing, not from outrage like the others, but because he noticed something no one else had, his keen eyes catching the moment, his breath hitching, as he saw that she had taken Raziel's hand, a gesture that made his mind reel, remembering how she had reacted when he had dared to touch her hand, the disgusted look on her face, the way she had immediately cleansed herself, as if his touch had stained her. His heart had burned with shame, his pride shredded, and now she held Raziel's bloodied arm, his gore-stained hand, as if it meant nothing, as if his filth was beneath her notice. The blood smeared her own pale skin, but she didn't even flinch, didn't try to purify it away. A hot flush of embarrassment prickled at Aeon's neck as he struggled to comprehend the significance of this moment, his thoughts consumed by the stark contrast between her reaction to Raziel's touch and his own, the implications of which left him feeling bewildered and humiliated. He didn't really care, and why should he? She was nothing to him. Yet witnessing this scene, seeing how she had withdrawn from him and now stood calm and unbothered at Raziel's side, it stung, making his skin crawl with awkwardness, making him want to look away from the scene unfolding before him. Still, he said nothing. What good would it do? This wasn't his battle. This wasn't his place. Better to stay silent. Better not to be drawn into this storm. For a fleeting moment, sorrow glimmered in the Saintess's eyes, a soft, almost imperceptible sadness that those around her, blinded by their fury, utterly missed. But in that heartbeat, Raziel's coldness, the raw loathing in his gaze, cut deeper than any blade. His words had been brutal, but it was his eyes, those eyes once filled with light, that pierced her gentle heart. "Sorry," she said at last, her voice quiet, heavy with 1,000 tangled emotions. Her gaze met his, and in those luminous eyes danced a storm of confusion, regret, and aching memories of what once was. But Raziel said nothing. His silence was louder than any insult. His eyes, like frozen steel, bore into hers without warmth, without mercy, without a flicker of the boy she might have once known. And the chill of his hatred reached her to the bone, prompting her to quietly step back with a grace that did not falter. As if the warmth she had tried to offer him was suddenly drained away, vanishing like the sun swallowed by storm clouds, and the radiance that made her the saintess seemed to dim, even if just for a breath, as she retreated without another word, returning to Aeon's side, with the weight of her grief following her like a silent shadow, unseen but heavy upon her shoulders. And Aeon stood dumbfounded, his thoughts swirling in confusion, his eyes darting to her clenched fist, her slender fingers trembling ever so slightly. The blood of Raziel still stained her palms, and though purification was but a thought away for her, she had not cleansed it. The blood remained, dark against her pale skin, a reminder of the moment she reached out and how bitterly she had been rejected. And Aeon wondered why she had apologized, the question flashing across his mind like lightning. She had touched him, and then she apologized for it. His heart beating uncomfortably fast, his mind filled with unspoken questions as he stared at her clenched hands and the sadness she tried so hard to conceal. The saintess had always been strong, unshaken, yet now her demeanor was different, and Aeon's confusion deepened, his thoughts tangled in a web of uncertainty as he struggled to understand the complexities of her emotions and the reasons behind her actions. And the saintess, once a beacon of hope and strength, now seemed fragile. Her usual composure cracked, revealing a glimpse of the pain and sorrow she had been carrying, and Aeon's heart went out to her, his feelings a mix of concern and confusion as he tried to make sense of the situation and the emotions that swirled around them. Like a stormy sea, with no calm in sight, she trembled, overcome with emotion, as she gazed upon the changed figure before her, her eyes closing for a brief moment as memories of the past flooded her mind, reminiscing about the warmth that once radiated from his eyes, a light that had stirred her heart with unparalleled kindness, now nothing but a distant memory, snuffed out, leaving an unbridgeable chasm. And as her eyes reopened, they were met with an empty, emotionless stare, his face a serene and unreadable mask, concealing the turmoil that churned within. The crowd, still ablaze with anger, stood poised, ready to surge forward and eradicate the perceived blasphemy, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. But confusion began to spread like wildfire as they struggled to comprehend the saintess's apology, questioning whether it was warranted. And before long, a consensus emerged, one that they eagerly embraced, that the saintess, in her pure and innocent nature, had backed down because she had touched him without his permission. And as this misconception took hold, thousands of misunderstandings blossomed in their hearts, each one further elevating the saintess to an even more divine and virtuous pedestal. While none were privy to her inner struggle, her true emotions hidden beneath the surface, as the scene unfolded, a poignant testament to the gulf between perception and reality. They were completely unaware of the truth, perceiving her as perfect, with her kindness still intact even in that bewildering moment. And as a result, they were at a loss for what to do next, their confidence and certainty of action drained from them, leaving them frozen and glancing at one another in silent confusion as they waited for something, anything, to guide them on what came next. But for him, the word echoed in his mind, bitter and mocking, prompting him to think that was all she had to say, which ignited a fierce anger within him, and he found the situation disgusting as the excitement he had felt moments ago, the thrill of discovering a new system function, the realization that he could finally tap into mana, was shattered, ruined by her, and this encounter, which had come and twisted his mind into knots, stealing whatever piece he had managed to carve out for himself in that cursed moment. And then a voice intervened, urging him to calm down, to focus on his plan, reminding him that they were still under a very fatal threat. This is no time for these games, as a voice of reason echoes in his mind, its words long and its tone trying to fail to soothe him, reminding him that if he wants to be a good villain, he needs control, and he's disappointed in himself. Please, keep that in mind. But his thoughts are a raging storm as he retorts in his mind, "Villain! Villain my ass! I'm human too! Damn it! I have feelings. I have rage. I'll say what I want, to whoever I want, whenever I damn well feel like it. Don't talk to me about villain rulebooks or your twisted philosophies." His anger is a palpable force, directed at everything. The sane tests, the system, the gods, the world itself. This woman fucking ruined my life, shattered it, left me crawling in the mud, and now you want me to smile, to talk to her like I don't despise everything she stands for. His chest heaves with silent anger. She asks to heal me, reaches out, pretends at mercy, and I'm supposed to hide my hatred. No, if I die here, so be it, but I'll make sure they all know how much I loathe them. His emotions are a tempest, as he struggles to come to terms with his feelings and the voice of reason in his mind, trying to guide him. But his anger and hatred are too strong, too overwhelming, as he grapples with the darkness within himself. He vows to never pretend, to never force a smile in their direction, to never utter false words of kindness, for if his demise is to come, it will be as his authentic self, with the burning hate visible for all to see. And as he stands there, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, though outwardly he remains a statue of cold indifference, his face still and expressionless, concealing the storm raging inside. The system's words continue to linger, irritating him, fueling his fury, and in his inner turmoil, he seethes at the system, refusing to let it off the hook, believing it to be just as culpable. For it failed him, its buffs were worthless, and he's standing there, alive, because of his own unyielding will, not due to the system, not due to any divine intervention, not due to anyone else, but solely because of his own resilience and determination to survive. No one has the right to tell him what he should or shouldn't do. And as he stands there, his body as still as stone, the weight of his wrath is palpable, yet he remains silent, seething beneath a mask of frozen indifference, his heart pounding with suppressed rage. But outwardly, not a flicker shows, and then, as if casting off the fire consuming him from within, he slowly lets out a deep, calm breath, his shoulders easing ever so slightly, before a cold, dangerous smile starts to curl at the corner of his lips, a smile that sends a chill through the air more than his earlier outburst ever could. And his gaze shifts, moving calmly across the faces around him, one by one, his eyes meeting theirs, the furious, the hateful, the disgusted, and in every set of eyes, he sees it, pure, unfiltered hatred, not a single soul looking upon him without it, as he stands there, his presence seeming to draw out the deepest, darkest emotions from those around him, his smile growing, a chilling reminder of the intensity of his feelings, and the depth of the hatred that surrounds him. He could feel the thick and suffocating weight of their loathing, as if it might crush him, but not once did fear cross his eyes, not even for the briefest second. Instead, their hatred only fed the fire in him, sharpening the edge of his resolve, his cold gaze defying them all, daring them to act, as he thought to himself, "Everyone hates me, I guess," and he cracked his neck, the sound loud in the tense silence. His smile widened as he looked upon them. These masses of fools, these blind sheep, stupid sheep, he thought, disdain dripping from every syllable in his mind. They don't even see beyond their own delusions. He told himself to leave it, pushing back the boiling emotions. No point wasting more time on this. It'll only worsen his mood. His mind shifted, focusing at last on what truly mattered. It was time. The plan was finally set to begin, and all eyes were on Aeon, who had been watching the scene unfold with confusion and silence. But his tranquility was short-lived as Raziel's gaze settled on him, his eyes sharp, unblinking, and cold as winter, a stark contrast to the warmth of the surroundings. And Aeon was startled to find himself the focus of attention As Raziel raised his left hand slowly and deliberately, pointing straight at Aeon's chest, his icy smile still plastered on his face, but now accompanied by a hint of amusement as he asked in a soft, almost mocking tone, "How was my gift? Did you like it?" His voice dripping with sarcasm, a grin stretching across his face, and these words hit Aeon like a hammer, causing him to stiffen, his last doubts shattering as the truth finally sank in. It was indeed Raziel who was behind it all. The strange, powerful heartbeat in his chest, the source of the strength surging through him, the dragon's heat that now pulsed with life, was all thanks to Raziel's help, a revelation that left Aeon reeling. Meanwhile, Selene, who had remained by Aeon's side, her expression an eerily composed, emotionless mask, couldn't hide the surprise flashing in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the implications of Raziel's actions. Did he really give Aeon the dragon's heat? She wondered, her mind reeling at the thought. But why would he do such a thing? They had despised each other since childhood, their animosity towards each other well documented, and yet Raziel had chosen to help Aeon, a decision that defied all logic, and left Selene perplexed, unable to make sense of it all. She was utterly bewildered, unable to decipher the enigmatic intentions of the mysterious figure before her, as his actions seemed to defy all logic and reason, leaving her with a plethora of unanswered questions that swirled in her mind like a tempest, her own heart racing not just from the potent energy coursing through her veins, but also from the sheer perplexity that gripped her, and all she could muster was a single, terse inquiry: why? Her voice strained and tight, as her brows furrowed in a deep frown, her mind desperately striving to make sense of the perplexing scenario unfolding before her. But the figure remained obtusely silent, instead beckoning her with an outstretched hand, his fingers curling slightly in a gesture that seemed to urge her to draw nearer. And after a momentary hesitation, she took a tentative step forward, somehow sensing that this individual, who appeared so formidable, posed no threat to her, at least not at this juncture. For she felt an unshakable conviction in her own strength, a sense of being strangely, yet undeniably, powerful. Aeon was well aware that even if Raziel had harmless intentions, his protectors were standing by, ready to intervene at a moment's notice, and would do so in an instant if they sensed even the slightest hint of killing intent, allowing Aeon to stand his ground with a sense of cautious confidence. And as he took a step closer to Raziel, now just a short distance away, he could see the faint smile and sharpness in Raziel's eyes, prompting Aeon to ask in a cautious but not fearful tone, "What is it?" And Raziel's response was a quiet nod of approval, before he suddenly moved, his left arm swinging in a sharp, swift motion, resulting in a loud and clear "P-A-A-K" as his palm struck Aeon's cheek, with a full, deliberate, and precise slap, leaving Aeon unmoving, his eyes closing for a brief moment from the force of the slap, but with no pain or bruise, only the sting of disrespect and the sharp bite of humiliation. And the sound of the slap was met with gasps that rang out across the stunned arena, as the crowd in the Colosseum reacted to the unexpected and dramatic turn of events. The atmosphere at the Colosseum was electric, yet eerily silent, as all eyes were fixed on the two figures standing at its center, the air thick with anticipation, and a breathless hush settled over the thousands of onlookers, when suddenly a sharp cracking sound broke the silence, as one of the figures, who had been slapped just moments before, casually cracked his neck, the sound echoing through the still air, his crimson hair falling around his shoulders as he ran his fingers through it, as if brushing aside the slap, the insult, as if it was nothing. His gaze then turning to the other figure, cold and measured, with 1,000 thoughts racing within him, as he struggled to understand the motivations behind the other's actions, wondering why he had been given that chance, why he had been led to the dragon's heat, why the portal had been opened, and why the ancient dragon spirit itself had been convinced, even to the point of signing a blood spirit contract. But then again, what did it matter? For in the end, the figure had faced the trial, had proven himself worthy, and had claimed the dragon's heat his worthiness now undeniable. The atmosphere at the Colosseum was electric, yet eerily silent, as all eyes were fixed on the two figures standing at its center, the air thick with anticipation, and a breathless hush settled over the thousands of onlookers, when suddenly, a sharp cracking sound broke the silence, as one of the figures, who had been slapped just moments before, casually cracked his neck, the sound echoing through the still air, his crimson hair falling around his shoulders as he ran his fingers through it, as if brushing aside the slap, the insult, as if it was nothing. His gaze then turning to the other figure, cold and measured, with 1,000 thoughts racing within him as he struggled to understand the motivations behind the other's actions, wondering why he had been given that chance, why he had been led to the dragon's heat, why the portal had been opened, and why the ancient dragon spirit itself had been convinced, even to the point of signing a blood spirit contract. But then again, what did it matter? For in the end, the figure had faced the trial, had proven himself worthy, and had claimed the dragon's heat, his worthiness, now undeniable. It hadn't been handed to him on a silver platter, and somehow Raziel's role seemed to be that of the obvious piece, especially considering those 1,000 elemental cores. And then there was the slap, which was indeed disrespect. But to lose his composure before the entire empire would be a greater humiliation than the sting of a palm. So Aeon said at last, his voice low, cracking his neck again as he gazed at Raziel with frost in his eyes. His pride burned, but his expression stayed calm, his body language noble, collected outwardly, while inside, his blood seethed, his heart thundering in his chest as the dragon heat's power flared within him, demanding he return the insult. Raziel's smile widened, soft, almost innocent, as if he hadn't just called down a storm. Aeon let the curse on his lips slide, unbothered for now. After all, this kid was going to pay a high price. I'll forgive the slap, Aeon continued, lifting his chin slightly, because of the indirect help you gave me, the dragon heat, whatever your motive behind it was. But for this duel of honor, you know the meaning. Aeon's words hung in the air, as the tension between them grew thicker, with Aeon's calm demeanor a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing inside him. All the while, Raziel's smile seemed to hint at a deeper plan, one that only time would reveal, and for now, the stage was set. The players were in position, and the duel of honor was about to begin, with Aeon's pride, power, and composure all being put to the test as he sought to reclaim his honor and unleash the fury of the dragon heat upon his opponent. The weight of the request was palpable, as he struggled to project the image of a noble hero, a calm and righteous man above pettiness. But internally, his pride clawed at him, driven by the dragon's blood and the dragon heat that demanded satisfaction. Meanwhile, Raziel's smile did not falter, as he had anticipated this reaction, being all too familiar with Aeon's nature, where pride, fueled by his dragon lineage, now swollen with the power of the dragon heat, and sharpened further by the sun god's blood that ran in his veins, would not permit him to back down, and Aeon might spare a life, but he would never surrender his pride. Not for anything, not even if it meant sacrificing his own life, which was the inherent nature of the so-called protagonist, a fact that Raziel had always been aware of and intended to exploit to his advantage, as the crowd held its collective breath in anticipation of what was to come. The heir of a noble house had just been slapped, publicly challenged, and a duel of honor had been invoked, leaving no room for refusal, as accepting the challenge was a matter of dignity and honor, and refusing would be seen as a sign of weakness, not just for the heir, but also for the entire house. And this was why the heir still stood alive, because none could raise a blade against him outside of the duel without being seen as dishonorable. And now the other party, Aeon, had no choice but to accept the duel, as ejecting it would shatter his dignity and cause him to lose face before the Empire, the gods, and even the dragon spirit that burned within him. And the moment was heavy with anticipation. The silence in the Colosseum was deafening as the challenge echoed through it. And as the crowd finally understood the meaning of Aeon's words, they collectively reeled in shock because Aeon had just admitted to carrying the legendary dragon heat, something that was considered mythical and dreamlike, and this revelation hit them like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned. And not only that, but the fact that Raziel had invoked the duel, making the situation even more complex and intriguing, and the crowd was left to wonder what would happen next. As the heir of the noble house and Aeon stood facing each other, ready to engage in a duel that would determine not just their honor, but also their fate, and the fate of those around them, as the weight of the dragon heat and the legend surrounding it hung heavy in the air, waiting to be unleashed. As the shocking truth unfolded, eyes widened in astonishment across the stands, with mouths agape in stunned disbelief, the air seeming to thicken with the weight of this revelation, the drama playing out before them, taking a turn that no one could have ever imagined, leaving everyone to wonder what on earth was happening, a thought that was plainly written on every face as they struggled to comprehend the sheer audacity of the mad boy who had appeared, reckless enough to walk into certain death simply by setting foot in this place, with his chances of dying initially deemed 100%, a feat that no one had ever survived, only to then challenge the warden, a figure stronger than even a grandmaster swordsman who could effortlessly stop a radiant knight, which caused his chances of dying to leap to 110%. If such a thing were possible, and if that were not enough, he then proceeded to speak out brazenly, even insultingly, to the saintess, the woman of mercy, the one person who was untouchable, even by unspoken blasphemy, at which point his odds of dying skyrocketed to a staggering 500%, a notion that they jokingly entertained in their minds. As they watched the unbelievable events unfold before their very eyes, their minds reeling with the implications of the mad boy's actions, and the weight of his seemingly insurmountable odds of survival. And now, in a daring move, he had walked right up to the heir of a prestigious family and slapped him across the face. An action that would undoubtedly seal his fate, with the chances of dying being a staggering 10,000%, leaving no room for any other outcome, as his demise was as certain as the sun's rising. And yet, this was not the first time he had found himself in such a precarious situation. For time and time again, he seemed to push the boundaries of certain doom, defying the odds of fatal encounters. And though his methods were unorthodox, many couldn't help but silently agree that the boy had a unique talent for dying with style, and when his time finally came, it would be a demise that no one would ever forget. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, a low whistle escaped the lips of a spectator, a sly smile playing at the edge of his mouth, as he muttered to himself, intrigued by the sheer audacity of the act, and he couldn't help but think, so this is what it's like to have the ability to express oneself. Huh! His eyes fixed on the number floating above the boy's head. 9,314 deaths. A figure that, of course, was a complete misunderstanding in the spectator's mind as he struggled to wrap his head around the true nature of this enigmatic number. As far as he was concerned, the individual in question was simply someone who had already died thousands of times, now throwing his life around recklessly for fun, venting frustrations, trying to die once more, and it was this carefree attitude that seemed to be the driving force behind his actions, with his powers and abilities being wielded in a manner that was both intriguing and perplexing to those around him, and Riven couldn't help but shake his head, entirely misreading the situation, as he muttered to himself about humans and their powers, and how they never seemed to know how to handle them. Meanwhile, Selena, standing beside Aeon, opened her mouth as if to speak, to stop this, to say something, but then closed it again, her emotions and thoughts clearly at odds with one another, and the tension between the two men was thick, palpable, with Aeon's fingers twitching at his sides, betraying the storm he hid behind his emotionless face. And yet, despite the slap, despite the insult, Aeon's protectors had not moved. Not one shadow stirred, not one blade was drawn, because there had been no killing intent in the individual's movements. None. That slap had been slow, deliberate, its purpose not to harm but to insult, and any one of them could have stopped it. Aeon himself could have dodged it, blocked it, broken the individual's arm if he wished, given how soft and unguarded he looked. And it was this seeming lack of concern, this air of nonchalance that surrounded Aeon, that made the whole scene all the more captivating and mysterious. He hadn't retaliated. Instead, he willingly accepted the slap, perhaps because deep down he needed a way to balance the scales, and this was his opportunity, as the person who had slapped him had indirectly helped him in the past, opening the door to a newfound strength. And Aeon's pride wouldn't allow him to simply express gratitude, so by taking the slap and enduring the insult, he could cross out the favor and ease the debt, and now by accepting the duel, he could reclaim his honor and publicly settle what had begun between them. His protectors, trained to the highest discipline, waited in the shadows, not acting because their master had not ordered it. They didn't question. Their task was to protect Aeon from death, not to intervene in matters of pride and honor. And until he commanded otherwise, they would remain still, as they had been instructed to prioritize his safety above all else. And Aeon's decision to accept the duel was a way for him to settle the score and restore his honor, which was a crucial aspect of his being. And by doing so, he could finally find a sense of closure and move forward, with his protectors watching over him, ever vigilant and ready to defend him if necessary. But for now, they remained in the shadows, waiting for their master's command, as the situation continued to unfold, with Aeon's honor and pride hanging in the balance, and the outcome of the duel still uncertain. But one thing was clear: Aeon was determined to see this through, to reclaim his honor and settle the score, no matter what the cost, and his protectors would be there to support him every step of the way as he navigated this complex web of pride, honor, and loyalty. The scene unfolded like a comic book come to life, with the Colosseum watching in silence, its thousands of spectators holding their collective breath as they awaited the next move, knowing they were witnessing something that would be etched in memory for generations to come. Aeon finally broke the silence, his voice low and menacing, a growl beneath his calm and collected exterior. His fists clenched tightly at his sides as his pride burned intensely, yet his face remained a mask of icy calm, hiding the storm raging within. He spoke, his words simple yet laced with anticipation. "Name your terms." And the air seemed to vibrate with tension as Raziel's smile grew, twisting his face with an unhinged energy, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light as he met Aeon's cold gaze. His response soft yet cutting: "I want the holy promise." The words barely leaving his lips before the entire Colosseum seemed to freeze, the atmosphere turning to ice, the breath of thousands stolen away, leaving a deadly silence that spread over the arena like a pall. Even the wind hesitant to stir, as if the very air itself had been snatched away, and Aeon's heart skipped a beat, his composure faltering for a brief moment, his eyes narrowing in response to Raziel's bold and daring demand. "Holy promise?" he repeated, the weight of the words hanging in the air like a challenge. He almost staggered under the sheer audacity of the request, as a voice laced with a mocking kind of certainty echoed, urging him to relinquish something of immense value, with a wild smile fixed on his face, demanding that it be given to him, leaving the crowd stunned beyond words. For what was being asked for was the holy promise, a divine favor bestowed only upon those deemed worthy by the Church of Light, a single wish, a promise from the Church that anything, absolutely anything, would be fulfilled as long as it did not harm the Church or its doctrine, an oath backed by faith, history, and the will of the God of Light, said to be a gift that originated in the age of myths, a tradition born from the God himself, sacred beyond measure, honored by all who believed, and it was something that Aeon had earned 4 years ago when he had asked for everything to save the Saintess from a calamity that could have destroyed not just her, but the Church itself, a momentous occasion that had granted him this extraordinary privilege, now being demanded of him with an air of entitlement and expectation, leaving all who witnessed the scene in a state of utter bewilderment. As a reward, the Church had given him the holy promise, one wish to be claimed when the moment came, and now Raziel wanted to take it, knowing the truth that it wasn't anything divine, but rather one more piece of the incredible luck that clung to Aeon like a plot armor of the so-called protagonist. Heavenly luck, absurd fortune, the kind that let men like Aeon glide through life, blessed by the universe itself. But now Raziel would strip it away. He would make Aeon give it to him with his own hands. The crowd could barely process what they'd heard. The sheer audacity, the blasphemy of asking for such a sacred gift as if it were just some prize to be won, some trinket on a gambler's table. No one, in all the long, storied history of the Empire, in all the lands beyond, had ever dared to think this way, let alone speak the words aloud, and the sound of thousands swallowing had echoed faintly all around the arena. As no one knew what to say, the crowd was left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the magnitude of Raziel's request, and the weight of his words hung in the air, like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown, waiting for a response. As the crowd struggled to come to terms with the sheer enormity of what they had just witnessed, and the implications of Raziel's bold move, and the question on everyone's mind was, would Aeon give in to Raziel's demand, or would he refuse? And what would be the consequences of either choice? As the tension continued to build, and the crowd held its collective breath, waiting for the next move, and the outcome of this unprecedented showdown. Astonishingly, no one was able to decipher what this enigmatic individual truly desired, what intricate scheme was brewing behind those icy stare. As Aeon opened his mouth to articulate his thoughts, yet no words escaped, prompting him to shut it again, his mind reeling, stunned by the enormity of the demand. For the holy promise was not merely valuable, it was truly priceless, sacred, and the notion of putting it up as a wager in a duel was, to say the least, utterly obscene. Akin to placing a beloved on a bet, it's not about the worth, but rather the sheer disrespect, as if something so precious didn't deserve to be treated in such a disdainful manner. Raziel raised his eyebrows at him, a hint of mockery dancing in his gaze, as he asked, "Are you afraid?" His voice laced with challenge, daring him to respond in the affirmative. Aeon took a slow, deep breath, willing the tempest inside him to subside, his heart pounding, his blood running hot as he struggled to regain his composure. Faced with the daunting prospect that lay before him, he refused to back down, his gaze locked in a fierce stare, like steel clashing with steel, as a flicker of wildness danced in his eyes, driven by a pride that would not allow him to retreat, and he stood there, unwavering, as he stared at the boy before him, a boy who seemed utterly ordinary, without even the faintest hint of aura, no discernible strength, no contact marks, just frail flesh and bone, and he wondered if this boy truly believed that by simply naming a price, he could force him to give it up, if he thought that mere words could grasp victory, so that a holy promise could somehow bind him. But Aeon's inner fire was rising, fueled by his determination. It's not going anywhere. He wouldn't lose, couldn't lose, not to this boy, who was, in his eyes, nothing but a weak fool. And besides, he had more strength now than ever before. The dragon's heat beating powerfully within him, a potent and unyielding force. His energy surged through him in waves, making his entire being hum with life, as two sources of mana, the ancient dragon's gift and his own, now fused and coursing through his veins, their purity greater than before, and his aura had already risen in quality, with the true magic of the heat yet to unfold, and he could feel he was destined for great heights, with no one able to match him now, and the crowd waited in anticipation. The tension crackling in the air like lightning before a storm, and Aeon's pride made its choice, as he declared, "A light then, let's do it," in a voice that cut through the charged air, now bearing a grin just as crazed as Raziel's. With his eyes locked with Raziel's, fire meeting fire, pride meeting defiance, and he asked, "But what do I get? You gotta give me something worth it, right?" With a voice dipped in challenge as he tilted his head, the grin on his face stained by the fury barely kept in check, and the words had barely left Aeon's mouth, when the entire Colosseum gasped as one. A shudder ran through the stands, a sound like the collective heartbeat of thousands, stopping for a moment as the crowd held its breath in anticipation of what was to come. He refused to back down, his gaze locked in a fierce stare, like steel clashing with steel, as a flicker of wildness danced in his eyes, driven by a pride that would not allow him to retreat, and he stood there, unwavering, as he stared at the boy before him, a boy who seemed utterly ordinary, without even the faintest hint of aura, no discernible strength, no contact marks, just frail flesh and bone, and he wondered if this boy truly believed that by simply naming a price, he could force him to give it up. If he thought that mere words could grasp victory, so that a holy promise could somehow bind him. But Aeon's inner fire was rising, fueled by his determination. It's not going anywhere. He wouldn't lose, couldn't lose, not to this boy, who was, in his eyes, nothing but a weak fool. And besides, he had more strength now than ever before. The dragon's heat beating powerfully within him, a potent and unyielding force. The radiant knight straightened at once, his fingers relaxing on the hilt, his eyes shutting for the briefest moment as he mastered himself, before falling back into stillness. A statue hidden in plain sight, positioned where none would think to look, his entire focus now on Selena, where every breath she took, every smallest gesture, his life was hers to protect, as he had been ready to act, because silence in the face of such insult would be cowardice, and cowardice would be a stain upon him, upon the church, upon his oaths, and he would not have let that happen. And if in dying someone touched the saintess without his protection, let the world burn, for the next meeting of those sinful people would be on the battlefield of holy war. But then Selena's voice came, cold and steady, saying, "I allow it," which sparked another gasp louder than before, rolling across the stands like thunder. Her words shocking the crowd so deeply that even those seated in the high balconies, nobles, envoys, watches of great importance, stood from their seats without realizing, their eyes wide with disbelief, as the saintess herself had allowed this travesty to continue, while Selena's face showed no emotion. But inside she burned with frustration, thinking, what are you doing? Why do you keep offending everyone? Again and again, what is he trying to do? As she couldn't see it, couldn't understand his mind, and her inner turmoil reflected the chaos that had erupted in the stands, where the crowd's shock and disbelief hung in the air like a challenge, as the radiant night's stillness seemed to be the only constant in a scene that had been turned upside down by Selena's unexpected words. It appears that a rather intriguing scenario is unfolding, as a certain individual seems to be completely oblivious to the potential consequences of their actions, prompting the question of whether they are intentionally attempting to spark a conflict. But fortunately, a voice of reason, namely Selena, recognizes that refusing to acquiesce would only serve to exacerbate the situation, potentially unleashing a fire that would spread far beyond the two individuals currently involved, and thus it is deemed preferable to permit the situation to progress, thereby containing it, rather than allowing it to spiral out of control. Meanwhile, a character known as Raziel is observing the situation with great interest, his wide grin and bright, satisfied eyes betraying his inward amusement, as the various components of his plan fall into place exactly as he had intended. And it seems that he is finding it remarkably easy to manipulate these youngsters, pushing their emotional buttons with ease, hiding his true thoughts behind a wild, amused smile, and all the while, another character, Aeon, is struggling to maintain his composure in the face of Raziel's smile, his fury surging, yet he manages to keep his voice steady, barely contained, as he responds to the situation, his anger and frustration simmering just below the surface. In a dramatic and intense scene, a young man is being belittled and demeaned by another, who sneers at him, asking what he could possibly have to offer, highlighting his allegedly homeless and nameless state, emphasizing his lack of family and reputation, which sparks a fierce response, as the insulted man's pride is wounded, and his eyes twitch with anger, despite his efforts to remain calm, leading him to lash out with hurtful and degrading words, born of anger and desperation, words he would never normally speak, but which now spill from his mouth, as the crowd around them freezes, caught in the storm of tension between the two, with the air thick with anticipation of a duel of honor, which seems inevitable and inescapable, but just as suddenly, any flicker of emotion the young man might have felt seems to vanish in an instant, leaving the situation hanging precariously in the balance. As the young man's lips curl in disdain, and his pride demands he take something, refusing to back down, not without shattering his dignity before the watching crowd. And the other man's gaze is forced, his eyebrows twitching, as he tries to seem calm. But the insult burns his throat, and he can't stop himself from responding. Tying to degrade, to humiliate, with words that are beneath him, but which spill from his mouth, born of anger and desperation, as the crowd stands frozen, caught in the storm between these two, and the duel of honor looms, inevitable, inescapable. But then again, any flicker of emotion the young man might have felt is gone in an instant. After all, didn't this wretch deserve it? A man who was kicked out by his own family for disgusting reasons, disgraced and abandoned. Wasn't it right that he be reminded of it, again and again? And Aeon's pride burned too brightly for guilt to linger, while Raziel, his grin still etched across his face, opened his mouth as if to fire back, but then, for the briefest heartbeat, his smile faltered. His lips pressed together. His eyes narrowed, dark with something sharp and dangerous. A flash of fury, of pain, crossed his face so quickly, so fleeting that most would have missed it, but not Aeon. No, Aeon saw it, and that flicker of emotion was like a triumph. Ha! Aeon chuckled, his voice low and mocking, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Looks like I pressed a sensitive nerve, didn't I? Finally, the boy who had mocked him, who had acted mad and untouchable all this time, had shown a crack in his mask. The first slip, the first sign that beneath the wildness there was something to hurt. And the crowd, silent and tense just moments ago, caught the shift, as Aeon's words hung in the air. A challenge, a provocation, a revelation that even the most hardened exterior can hide a deep well of pain and vulnerability. And in that moment, the dynamics of the situation had changed, the balance of power had shifted, and Aeon had gained the upper hand, his eyes glinting with a knowing light as he savored the moment when his opponent's facade had cracked, and the truth had begun to seep out. As if suddenly freed from a spell, the crowd began to chuckle softly, a cruel laughter rippling through the arena, and it seemed that the boy who had defied them, insulted them, and mocked their faith could be wounded after all, prompting a moment of shared victory that they seized upon. But amidst all this, a figure stood still at the edge of it all, head slightly bowed, with a face shadowed beneath the fall of pale hair. And this person's hands trembled, so faintly at first that none noticed until they gripped one with the other, trying to stop the shaking. And although they said nothing, their lips pressed tight. No one knew what storm raged in their heart. And meanwhile, another individual simply shrugged, letting the laughter of the crowd wash over them, their smile returning, their voice cool and unbothered, as they uttered a phrase that was nauseatingly light. Who cares? Their tone implying that the mockery meant nothing, and their eyes scanned the arena, calm and detached, before they added, "Yeah, you're right. I don't have a home." A statement that seemed to convey a sense of resignation and acceptance, all while maintaining an air of detachment and calmness. In a shocking turn of events, a character boldly declared their lack of wealth, having nothing worthy of offering at a certain level, which sparked a chorus of amused chuckles from the crowd, who seemed to relish in the admission. But then the atmosphere took a dramatic shift as another character, with a grin sharpening their features and eyes gleaming with reckless resolve, stepped forward with a staggering proposal, offering their royal bloodline essence, a move that left everyone aghast, as the entire arena fell silent, with laughter dying on every tongue, choked off in collective shock, and just as it seemed like the room would remain frozen in stunned silence, an astonished exclamation erupted. But not from the expected source. Instead, it came from a female character, who gasped in utter disbelief, her eyes widening in genuine horror, her hand flying to her mouth as if attempting to retract the escaped word, while her trembling gaze and tear-filled eyes betrayed her emotional turmoil. And notably, the character who made the shocking offer didn't even acknowledge her presence, seeming to render her non-existent. The tension in the air was palpable as the weight of the proposed offer hung precariously, leaving all who witnessed it to grapple with the enormity of the situation. In a world where bloodline essence can be willingly given to another, granting them the very abilities, talents, and potential of that lineage, it's a true gift of power and a true passing of legacy. But the question remains, why didn't the strong simply take it? Why weren't the streets littered with the corpses of the weak, their essence stolen by force? Because it couldn't be done by force, that was the law of nature. The rule set by the gods or the world itself. No one could take another's bloodline essence unless it was given freely. And even when given, the rituals, the costs, the dangers of merging essence were immense. Only the greatest, boldest souls dared to do it. And the shock was understandable, given that a certain individual didn't just contain any bloodline. He was born of a highly esteemed family, bearers of the highest grade of bloodline, a true royal grade lineage, a direct line, a true descendant of that exalted blood, and if anyone were to receive that bloodline's essence, they would rise as an ultra genius, a prodigy blessed by the heavens themselves, a talent on par with the imperial family, the kind of genius that could be counted on the fingers of two hands across the entire world. Yes, this individual was useless, extremely talentless in every way, but that had nothing to do with his bloodline. His blood was flawless, a true gift, waiting to be passed on, and the implications were staggering. The potential was limitless, and the possibilities were endless. In a world where bloodline essence can be willingly given to another, granting them the very abilities, talents, and potential of that lineage, it's a true gift of power and a true passing of legacy. But the question remains, why didn't the strong simply take it? Why weren't the streets littered with the corpses of the weak, their essence stolen by force? Because it couldn't be done by force? That was the law of nature, the rule set by the gods or the world itself. No one could take another's bloodline essence unless it was given freely. And even when given, the rituals, the costs, the dangers of merging essence were immense. Only the greatest, boldest souls dared to do it, and the shock was understandable, given that a certain individual didn't just contain any bloodline. He was born of a highly esteemed family, bearers of the highest grade of bloodline, a true royal grade lineage, a direct line, a true descendant of that exalted blood, and if anyone were to receive that bloodline's essence, they would rise as an ultra genius, a prodigy blessed by the heavens themselves, a talent on par with the imperial family, the kind of genius that could be counted on the fingers of two hands across the entire world. Yes, this individual was useless, extremely talentless in every way, but that had nothing to do with his bloodline. His blood was flawless, a true gift, waiting to be passed on, and the implications were staggering. The potential was limitless, and the possibilities were endless. The problem that plagued him was something deeply personal, an internal barrier that hindered his ability to practice magic, aura, or form connections with spirits or beasts, rendering him utterly unworthy of the royal blood he carried, despite the blood itself remaining pure, potent, and unmatched. And this was further complicated by the second reason for their horror, the truth that sent shivers down every spine, that removing one's bloodline essence meant certain death, as the bloodline essence was not just power, but life itself, which was why the entire Colosseum was frozen in terror, unable to even breathe properly, because what had been offered wasn't just a price, but a death sentence. And yet, surprisingly, the kid didn't seem overly shocked, almost as if he was accustomed to playing with his life, a feeling that was oddly normal. And Aeon stood in deep thought, his mind racing, as he contemplated the proposal, and to his surprise, he found himself thinking that this wasn't even a bad idea. As his heart pounded with rising ambition, his thoughts fueled by the prospect of what could be. In a typical scenario, obtaining the essence of a royal bloodline would be utterly impossible, as no family, particularly one of high stature, would ever permit such an act, and even mentioning it would be enough to spark outrage, since it's not like one could simply take it by force. The donor would have to willingly offer it, a nearly impossible feat, and if someone dared to suggest taking a royal bloodline essence, their entire family would face destruction in retaliation, making it a taboo, sacred, and untouchable concept. But this situation was different. The boy in question was no longer part of the royal family, having been cast out and erased, which meant the family wouldn't care, rendering the usual rules and consequences obsolete. Aeon's eyes widened as he realized the enormity of the situation, his pulse racing with anticipation, as he thought to himself that it's possible, indeed, to have a royal bloodline essence transplant, and what's more, without any consequences. This revelation transforming the stakes of the duel, elevating it from a simple clash to a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to acquire something truly unique. A slow, eager smile spreading across his face as the temptation proved too great to resist, the risk seemingly non-existent, while the potential reward was beyond his wildest dreams. And he couldn't help but think that this was worth it. More than worth it, the potential gain so enormous that it overshadowed any doubts or fears he may have had, his mind consumed by the promise of this extraordinary prospect. As he struggled to contain his excitement, the thrill of the possibility coursing through his veins like a powerful elixir, drawing him in with its irresistible allure, and he knew in that moment he was willing to take the leap, to seize this chance, no matter how unthinkable it may have seemed, and make it a reality. The promise of the royal bloodline essence transplant hanging before him like a tantalizing prize waiting to be claimed. The value being discussed was truly beyond measure, as the holy promise that was being wagered now seemed like a small sacrifice in comparison to what was being offered, representing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, or rather, a once-in-many-lifetimes chance to possess the essence of a royal bloodline, allowing him to take that power for himself, fuse it with his already mighty potential, and ascend to heights beyond what anyone could have foreseen, causing his heart to race and his pride to burn hot, as this would not just restore his honor, but elevate him to unprecedented heights, even beyond his wildest dreams. And just as he was about to seal the deal, about to utter the words that would bind the duel, a voice cut through the air, speaking in a deceptively gentle tone, yet with a chill that was sharp enough to freeze bone, saying, "Little brother, maybe you should come ask your elder sister for whatever you want. Why go through all this?" With the words trembling ever so slightly, as though the speaker fought to keep their tone soft. But it was clear that gentleness was forced, impossible to truly maintain in this moment, as the voice struggled to contain the underlying emotion, making it evident that the speaker's calm demeanor was a facade. In a most unforeseen turn of events, a youthful individual was admonished. Perhaps it would be more prudent to solicit the counsel of an elder sibling, thereby obviating the need for such an ostentatious display. The voice. A gentle breeze on a summer's day, yet beneath its tender facade lay a frozen tundra, its chill so biting it threatened to cleave through the very marrow of one's bones. As the words hung in the air, the colossal arena fell silent, an unsettling stillness, akin to the world itself ceasing to draw breath. The faces of the onlookers froze, their eyes wide with wonder, as if time itself had been arrested, with every expression being gradually consumed by an encroaching shadow, much like the faint glow of a dying ember being extinguished. Even the normally effervescent Aeon, who had been in the midst of articulating a thought, was suddenly rendered speechless, his mouth agape, the words dying on his lips, as a solitary bead of sweat trickled down his temple, his eyes wide with shock and incredulity, his countenance a picture of unmitigated astonishment as he uttered a single whispered phrase. "No way," he thought, his heart thundering in his chest, as the clear, steady sound of boots on stone echoed through the hush, each step louder than the oar of a crowd, and the audience's heads turned, drawn as if by an invisible force, towards the source of the sound. And then they saw him, a figure cloaked in both elegance and menace, with wild royal purple hair cascading down his back like a river of silk, catching the light with every sway, and his matching eyes burned with wild cold fire, as if they saw everything, missed nothing, and at his hip rested a sword, its hilt dark, its edge rumored to have tasted blood countless times, and draped over his shoulders, a deep purple cape flowed behind him, and the black dress clung to his form like a shadow given shape, and he was known as a being of grandeur and mystery, with an aura that commanded attention and inspired awe. His presence was like a storm that demanded to be reckoned with, and the sound of his boots clicking on the stone floor was like a countdown to something momentous, something that would change everything. And as the audience waited with bated breath, he stood tall, his eyes blazing with an inner fire, his heart pounding in his chest, and his spirit shining like a beacon in the darkness, and the air was electric with anticipation, as if the very fate of the world hung in the balance, and he was the one who would tip the scales. And the audience was frozen in awe, unable to look away from the spectacle that was him, a true marvel of elegance and power, with a presence that was both captivating and terrifying. And his name was whispered in reverence and fear, as a being of legend, a hero, a villain, or something in between. But one thing was certain: he was a force to be reckoned with, and his arrival was like a harbinger of doom or a bringer of hope, depending on which side you were on, and the audience was left to ponder. Who was this mysterious figure, and what was his purpose? As the sound of his boots faded away, leaving behind a trail of wonder and a sense of foreboding that something big was about to happen, and the stage was set for a drama that would unfold like a grand tapestry, with him as the central figure, and the audience was eager to see what would happen next and how the story would unfold, with him as the main character and the world as his stage, and the fate of everything hanging in the balance, and the sound of his boots still echoing in their minds, like a reminder of what was to come, and the image of him, forever etched in their memories, like a painting of a grand masterpiece, with him as the subject, and the world as his backdrop, and his name, forever linked to the drama that was about to unfold. And the audience was left to wonder what would happen next, and how the story would end, with him as the central figure, and the world as his stage, and the fate of everything hanging in the balance. The eldest daughter of a powerful family, known as the Raven Princess, commands an awe-inspiring presence, her mere appearance causing the atmosphere of the entire Colosseum to plummet, the weight of her presence pressing down on everyone like a storm about to break. And with every measured step, the tension grows thicker, as people part before her path instinctively, driven by fear, some dropping to their knees, bowing so low their foreheads nearly touch the stone floor, not out of respect, but out of sheer terror, trying not to look at her, the kind of fear that makes one's blood run cold, born of knowing what she is capable of, as everyone is aware of the kind of woman she is, notorious for slaughtering without hesitation at the slightest provocation, where disagreement or disrespect are met with death. And she is known to bathe in blood at the faintest provocation, her reputation preceding her, striking fear into the hearts of all who lay eyes on her, her every move calculated, her every step deliberate, exuding an aura of power and menace. As the Raven Princess moves through the Colosseum, her presence is a stark reminder of her ruthless nature, leaving a trail of intimidation in her wake. She didn't even glance at them, her gaze never wavering, piercing, locked onto one face from the moment she appeared, as if she could see no one besides him, and she stopped before him, close enough that he could hear the faint sound of her breath, her eyes traveling his face slowly, deliberately, as if studying him, searching for something only she could see. And then a voice broke the tension for a moment, a whisper laced with surprise. "Siste Nova." Selena's voice sounded, but Nova didn't look at her, didn't acknowledge her at all, as if Selena wasn't even there, as if no one else existed in this moment but the boy standing before her. And Raziel, for his part, didn't return Nova's gaze, his attention fixed on her, the air thick with an unspoken understanding, the moment hanging precariously in the balance, with Nova's focus solely on the boy, her eyes drinking in every detail of his face, and Selena's whispered words hanging in the air, a stark contrast to the intensity of the moment unfolding before them, as Nova stood there, frozen in time, her gaze locked on the boy, her presence both captivating and unsettling, leaving everyone else to fade into the background, insignificant in the face of her unwavering attention. And the boy, seemingly entranced, didn't flinch, didn't look away, his eyes locked on hers, the two of them suspended in a world of their own, where nothing else mattered, and the sound of Selena's voice was just a distant memory, a faint whisper lost in the intensity of the moment. His eyes remained on Aeon, steady, cold, as if Nova herself wasn't even there, nothing but air, and a heavy silence fell over the scene, until Raziel spoke up quietly, his voice cutting through the stillness, asking Aeon to make a decision, his gaze unwavering on Aeon, who stood awkwardly, as if caught between two storms, unsure of what to do, and Aeon blinked, as if waking up from a nightmare, his body feeling stiff, weighed down by the storm of emotions crashing over him. And he tried to speak, but his voice faltered, as his eyes darted between Raziel and Nova, unable to find the words to respond to the question of whether he was accepting the duel or not, his hesitation palpable in the air, as he struggled to make a decision, with Raziel's steady gaze fixed on him, waiting for an answer. And the atmosphere remained tense, filled with anticipation, as Aeon's eyes continued to dart back and forth, his voice still faltering, as he tried to find the courage to give a response, with the weight of the duel hanging in the balance and the silence stretching out like an unbearable burden, until Aeon could finally find the words to say something. But for now, he just stood there, frozen in uncertainty, with Raziel's question still hanging in the air, waiting to be answered. His gaze seemed to plead as he wondered if this was all just a joke. And he couldn't help but think, do you not see who's standing here, as sweat beaded along his brow and his mind raced with thoughts of the past? Specifically the fact that Raziel had been cast out and humiliated, kicked out of the family, and yet now she was calling him brother, which was utterly confusing and made his throat feel dry, with sweat gathering at his temples as he thought to himself, what's happening? And recalled how he had just called him homeless moments ago, and now this sudden change in tone was making him question his luck, and he couldn't reconcile the gentle tone she was using now, with the same woman who had whipped him in public countless times with an iron-spiked whip, tearing him apart in front of everyone in the name of teaching him discipline. And he couldn't help but think, how could that same person speak so softly, so gently now? And the thought that she might be serious about calling him brother was bewildering, making him think, if that is so, I am so messed up. And Aeon simply didn't understand the situation, with his thoughts and emotions in a state of turmoil as he struggled to make sense of it all. And worse, he didn't know what to do. The air grew heavy, the silence deep, as the onlookers, their faces pressed to the ground in tow, felt their hearts racing, with sweat dripping onto the stone beneath them, and they all thought, did that boy just ignore Nova VILLIANS? The thought ran through their minds, and fear gripped them tightly. It wasn't Raziel's action that terrified them. It was what they knew would follow, the consequences of ignoring her. Nova VILLIANS, the girl who had once slaughtered the heir of a marquis simply because he joked in private that he'd been with her. The girl whose wrath was legend, whose blade needed no reason to taste blood, literally a psychopath. And this boy, who had just done the unthinkable, ignored her. And the weight of his actions settled in, as the onlookers held their breath, waiting for the inevitable, their minds racing with the possibilities of what would happen next, and how this boy would fare against the wrath of Nova VILLIANS, a girl with a reputation for being merciless, and a blade that had taken countless lives, without hesitation or remorse. The entire Colosseum seemed to be holding its breath as a boy had the audacity to act as if a certain someone wasn't even there. And in response, she didn't move, standing frozen with her tall figure casting a long shadow on the ground, while he acted as if she was invisible, with no words coming from his lips for what felt like an eternity, his royal purple eyes staying locked on him, filled with emotions too tangled and dark for anyone to read, as if she was trapped within a storm that only she could feel, while on the outside, her gaze seemed calm and composed. But deep inside, a wild, uncontrollable madness churned, hidden beneath the surface, with even the faint almost imperceptible tremble of her slender fingers, betraying the truth that she was far from at peace. And every so often, her eyes flickered to his right arm, where blood streamed freely from his wound. But still, she said nothing, until finally, her voice broke the heavy silence, soft yet heavy with meaning. And then, finally, her voice broke the tension as she asked, looking down at him, towering over him, "Are you ignoring me?" She towered over him at 6'1", her heeled boots making her appear even taller, while he, at 5'10", struggled to reach just above her chest. Thanks to the extra inches provided by the cursed obsidian skeleton that strengthened his bones but cursed his life. And as they stood there, his full sea-sized beasts were literally just around her face's level, but he didn't spare a single glance at her. His entire focus remained fixed on the other person, as if she wasn't even there. As if she was nothing but air. All she could do was stare at his side profile, unable to catch his eyes, unable to break through that wall he'd put between them. And then his voice cut through, his words meant for the other person, not for her. He ignored her completely, as if whatever she said didn't even reach his ears. But the clenched tension in his jaw, the way his eyes darkened with growing hatred, told a different story, and the other person felt their throat dry up, their heart pounded, as he asked, "Are you or are you not?" His voice cutting through, meant for the other person, with an intensity that made their heart skip a beat. Raw, unadulterated hate and revulsion seemed to emanate from him, his words and gaze piercing deeper than any blade ever could, yet she couldn't help but keep staring, unable to look away, as she asked, "So you hate your sister now?" And even she didn't know why she kept calling herself his sister, repeating the word like a charm, as if somehow reminding him of their bond would change anything. But she needed to say it, needed to believe it mattered, and in response, his lips twisted, his brow furrowed in disgust as he struggled against her hand. But her grip held firm, and he hissed, "I don't have any sister," his voice low and filled with venom, as he stepped back, trying to pull himself free, knowing brute strength wouldn't make her let go, and feeling him try to escape, her fingers instinctively tightened, as if trying to stop him from leaving. But he didn't care. He felt nothing but revulsion at her touch, and with one forceful yank of his head, he broke free, his skin scraping against her grip, and because of that small, desperate motion, blood began to seep from the places where her fingers had held him too tightly. Nova's hand recoiled in shock as she saw the crimson beads rise on his skin, realizing what she had done, and Raziel pulled back, the anger in his eyes still intense, while Selena took an anxious step forward, instinct urging her to intervene, to say something, but she froze, remembering how Raziel had reacted before, and all she could do was glance at Nova, silently begging her to be gentle, to tread carefully. But Nova didn't even notice Selena's movement, her attention entirely consumed by Raziel, the blood on his face, and the look in his eyes that stabbed at her like a blade. And slowly, she lowered her gaze to her trembling fingers, the dark stain of his blood on her pale fingers, thinking to herself, "I made him bleed again, have I?" The thought echoing through her mind, "Just how much does he hate me?" And finally, Nova spoke, moving her gaze from the bloodstained hand back to Raziel, her voice steady, even carrying a touch of strictness, as if trying to ignore the blood trickling down his cheeks and focus instead on the storm of questions that had plagued her for so long, asking where he had been all this time, her tone unwavering, despite the turmoil that seemed to be brewing inside her. The tone was devoid of any softness or vulnerability, exuding only the cold authority of a noble who demanded answers. As the individual wiped at the blood with the back of their hand, their expression as cold as ice, with their eyes locked onto the other person, and they asked, "Why do you even care where I was? And why should I tell you anything at all?" To which the other person's eyes narrowed slightly, and they responded, "Why did you run? You received your punishment, harsh but deserved. We paid the price for your wrongdoing." And their voice softened just slightly at the end, as if they were voicing a question that had haunted them endlessly, one they'd never had the chance to ask, with a tone that was cold, precise, as if they were reciting facts that disgusted them to speak aloud, which for a brief moment sparked a flicker of pure anger through the other person's eyes at their words, but they drew in a slow breath, forcing themselves to calm down, to keep the anger from spilling over, refusing to give the other person the satisfaction, and they replied in a low, bitter tone, "Why does it matter? I did what I wanted." She had been given punishment, supposedly because it was believed she deserved it, and in turn, she did what she thought she deserved. But the question remained, had she taken something that belonged to others? And the answer was a resounding no, because she never had anything from them in the first place, and he simply shrugged, as if the weight of it all was meaningless, and Nova fell silent, her violet eyes searching his face, trying to find the boy she once knew beneath the cold mask. But his eyes conveyed one thing clearly, that he just hated her, and then came the accusation that he was being childish, immature, and overly dramatic, that the hate he carried was a result of his own mistakes, and she made it clear that he could hate her, hate others if he wanted. But he shouldn't twist what happened and pretend to be a noble victim, standing there, trying to garner sympathy, when in reality, he was just consumed by his own hatred and bitterness. They stood firm in their actions, a sense of righteousness echoing in their words, as a firm and cold voice declared, "We did what was right." A statement repeated with emphasis, "We did what was right," the tone unwavering, and the speaker's voice was firm and cold to say the least. Also, remember, the weight of their actions hung in the air, as they condemned the other's actions. You tied something heinous, disgusting, a sense of disgust and disapproval palpable. You know our family's laws. The mention of these laws serving as a reminder of the consequences of one's actions. Kicking you out was necessary. The other punishments, they were necessary too. The speaker justified. And don't you forget, we paid for your sins. The sacrifice made by the family, a burden they bore. Do you have any idea how much the family sacrificed for you? She was very cold with her words, the chill of her tone, a stark contrast to the warmth of familial bonds, now strained as the conversation hung in the air, heavy with the weight of past actions and their consequences. She took a small breath, steadying herself, then continued in that cold, icy explaining tone, as if hoping he would finally listen, and in the end, what did he do? He ran away. Not a word. Not even a thank you to mother or to her, and she warned him not to dare act like they abandoned him, acknowledging that yes, there were no ties to the family, but that didn't mean they wouldn't have cared for him. They had enough power to ensure he had food, clothes, and everything he needed. The pain and hurt evident in her voice as she spoke, the weight of his actions settling heavily on her words, her tone a mix of sadness and frustration, a sense of loss and longing, as she struggled to understand why he would leave without a word, without looking back, and the question hung in the air. What did he do? Why did he run? And what did he hope to achieve by leaving behind the people who could have helped him? The people who could have given him a sense of belonging and security. Her words a poignant reminder of the complexities of family relationships and the difficulties of navigating the intricate web of emotions and expectations that come with them. Nova's tone was strict, almost lecturing, but beneath it all, it was an explanation, as if trying to make him understand them. As they said, "You chose to disappear, yourself," their words echoed, hanging heavy in the silent Colosseum, where Raziel stared at them, his expression unreadable, until suddenly he snorted, the sound breaking the tension like glass shattering, and then came the laughter, starting low, but growing louder, sharp, almost mad, as he pressed his palm to his face, laughter spilling from between his fingers, the sound building up to a crescendo of hilarious abandon, with a series of ha 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 that seemed to shake off the seriousness of the moment, as the absurdity of the situation seemed to dawn on him, and he couldn't help but let out a laugh that was both ridiculous and infectious, a laugh that seemed to say that despite the gravity of the situation, he just couldn't take it seriously anymore. And so he laughed, and laughed, and laughed some more. The sound of his laughter filling the Colosseum, a stark contrast to the silence that had preceded it. As Nova's words hung in the air, a reminder of the conversation that had led to this moment of unbridled hilarity. His voice rang out, filling the vast space, echoing across the walls of the Colosseum, a laugh that was the sound of someone who had long since given up understanding, filled with bitterness and pain, as Nova just stood there, watching him with a calm, expressionless face, silent. While the more he laughed, the deeper the disappointment caved into him, and she thought, he hasn't learned anything. Shaking her head, the weight of regret settling heavily on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Selena flinched at the sound, instinct urging her to reach out, to grab his arm, to do something, but she stopped herself. Her hand hovered for a second before she drew it back, fingers curling into a fist as she turned her gaze aside, unable to bear the sight of him like this, closing her eyes tightly, as if that might block out the sound, as if that might make it all go away, wishing she could close her ears too, while Raziel laughed in his head, the sound mocking and hollow, even a little funny, with words echoing, childish, dramatic, and he almost pitied their stupidity, thinking, thank them, thank the people who judged him without a shred of faith, who punished him like he was some animal. Does he not even have the right to hate them? As his laughter finally broke, spilling out into the silent Colosseum, sharp and mocking, the sound rang out, but then he stopped just as abruptly, his smile curling into something cold, icy. He clasped his hands together and made a small, mocking bow towards Nova, saying, "Just leave me alone. I'm good on my own. I don't have parents. I don't have any family. And as someone just kindly pointed out, I'm homeless. Also." His voice dipped with venom, but his smile stayed wide and chilly, yet somehow looking happy in a weird way, as he continued, "Oh, and consider this. Whoever you were looking for, he's dead. Consider me an orphan now, a very happy one, at that best decision I ever made. But really," he spread his arms as if inviting the world to witness his freedom. "I'm a rapist, a despicable, disgusting person, right? I'm not even worthy of saying thank you to the people who helped me." His voice twisted the word with cruel sarcasm. "It's better if everyone stays far, far away from someone like me." He seemed to be embracing his newfound solitude, with a sense of dark humor and a twisted grin as he conveyed his message of self-imposed isolation, his words laced with a mix of bitterness and liberation. As he stood there, alone and unapologetic, in his own twisted way, he appeared to be savoring his independence with a haunting smile that seemed to mask a deeper pain. Yet he seemed determined to keep the world at bay, with his sharp tongue and his guarded heart. He shrugged, the smile fixed on his face like a mask, both hands raised in false cheer, as he asked if that wasn't what she wanted. But to Nova, his words and smile weren't convincing. They weren't those of the boy she had once known. It was as if the person she'd grown up with, the person she'd tried to protect, had truly died, leaving only a bitter ghost remaining, and she let out a slow sigh, her shoulders heavy with disappointment. His voice, the way he referred to himself as an orphan, made her fingers twitch involuntarily, and the tone he was using felt very weird to her. She thought that if anyone else had spoken to her like that, they would have been dealt with severely, either buried 8 feet under the ground or fed to the ravens. But instead, she stood there, doing nothing, not even threatening him, her inaction a testament to the complicated emotions she felt towards him, a stark contrast to how she would have reacted to anyone else who dared to speak to her in such a manner. She didn't silence his mocking tongue, and that, more than anything, showed just how much she still cared. It was a clear indication of the depth of her emotions, and it was puzzling to see that he couldn't see it, not even a little. Her voice, when it came, was quiet, stained with a mix of emotions, as she asked, her eyes still fixed on him, trying to hold together the cold mask she had put on. "Where were you all this time?" she inquired, and before she could continue, he started to explain. "Mother and I, we tried so hard to find you." The words hung in the air, a testament to the struggles they had faced and the emotions that still lingered. She was trying to keep her composure, but it was clear that the encounter was taking a toll on her. The weight of her emotions was evident in her voice and the way she looked at him. It was a complex mix of feelings, and it was clear that the conversation was far from over. It was Selena who stepped forward then, eyes full of conflict, wanting to stop this harsh exchange, as she whispered Sister Nova in an uncertain tone, looking between them with a helpless expression, knowing better than anyone, even Raziel, how much Nova had changed after she disappeared, how much she had tried, and how she had carried this burden, their relationship being like that of a younger sister to an older sister. And Selena could see the hurt behind Nova's harsh words, but Nova raised a hand, stopping her, her gaze never leaving Raziel, saying, "It's all right, Selena. I know what I need to say, and what I need to do." Her tone cold and strict, like the Raven Princess speaking now. But inside, she was holding back an ache she couldn't show, as the weight of her emotions threatened to surface, revealing the depth of her feelings and the pain that had been building up, all while maintaining a strong and composed exterior. A testament to her strength and resilience, as she stood her ground, determined to see this through, with a sense of conviction and purpose that only she could understand, and that Selena, despite her concern, could only try to comprehend. She didn't silence his mocking tongue, and that, more than anything, showed just how much she still cared. It was a clear indication of the depth of her emotions, and it was puzzling to see that he couldn't see it, not even a little. Her voice, when it came, was quiet, stained with a mix of emotions, as she asked, her eyes still fixed on him, trying to hold together the cold mask she had put on. "Where were you all this time?" she inquired. And before she could continue, he started to explain. "Mother and I, we tried so hard to find you." The words hung in the air, a testament to the struggles they had faced and the emotions that still lingered. She was trying to keep her composure, but it was clear that the encounter was taking a toll on her. The weight of her emotions was evident in her voice, and the way she looked at him, it was a complex mix of feelings, and it was clear that the conversation was far from over. She had just tried to help merely moments ago, and yet all that was reciprocated was hate, not just towards her, but towards him as well, which prompted the question, how could this behavior not be seen as childish, not be viewed as disgusting? And what exactly did he see when he gazed at his own reflection? Was it not a hollow, empty smile, a facade that concealed the true depths of his emotions? And as for her, she was met with complete indifference. Not even a glance in her direction. No shred of attention, as if her presence was of no consequence. His hatred serving as a shield. His scorn, his sole weapon. A defense mechanism that warded off any attempt at connection. And when asked to explain, he merely reiterated what had already been said. His smile twisted, his voice laced with a self-deprecating tone, as he proclaimed himself utterly disgusting, unworthy of friendship, of being near decent people, fearing that his very presence might sully them, his eyes glinting with bitter mockery as he spread his arms wide, daring anyone to contradict him, and then his tone turned cutting, as he wondered aloud why there was any attempt to intervene in his life, why anyone would bother to meddle with someone as broken, as tainted as he believed himself to be. He couldn't recall having any relationship with her, or with anyone else for that matter, and his response reflected that, a hollow smile and sharp words designed to push her away. But beneath the facade, his thoughts were spiraling out of control, a cacophony of emotions that he struggled to contain, as he wondered what on earth she was still doing there, his heart pounding in his chest, masked by his cold demeanor. And he couldn't help but think that her presence was throwing a wrench into his carefully laid plans, which were now utterly wrecked, all because of her. And he sighed inwardly, forcing himself to breathe steadily, trying to process the fact that his whole strategy had been turned upside down. And he thought back to the original plan, where she was never supposed to be there. But of course, she had to attend the trial ceremony, especially since the Imperial Princess was joining the academy, and the head of the household had ordered her presence, a circumstance that had clearly derailed his expectations, leaving him to navigate this unexpected turn of events. She always made it a point to leave early, just as soon as the formalities were done. But not this time, it seems, as she still lingered, throwing a wrench into the works, and Nova, who typically followed the princess's lead, had already taken their leave, which is how it should have been. But instead, this mysterious woman remained. Her cold and dangerous demeanor a far cry from what he had anticipated, with Raziel having estimated only a 20% chance of her staying, a miscalculation, albeit a small one, but significant enough to potentially upend everything. And yet, despite this unexpected turn of events, he remained resolute, convinced that his plan would still come to fruition. It had to, as there was no other alternative. Sue, she wouldn't kill him, not if things went as planned. But then again, Nova was known for being bloodthirsty, unstable, a bit of a psychopath, even in the original novel, and right now, standing here in front of her, Raziel knew his chances of dying were over 70%. So why was he here? Why walk into this death trap? Because he had no choice. Maybe it was gambling. No, it was gambling. Betting his life on the table. And now, standing here, he wasn't going to curse himself. There was no point. Just his freaking cursed luck. He somehow knew this thing was going to get messed up. Honestly, he thought bitterly. If someone offered him a choice between becoming a saint right now, or just getting rid of this cursed bad luck, he'd choose to ease this freaking bad luck without even thinking. His mind was consumed by the thought of his own misfortune, and the fact that he was willing to do anything to get rid of it, even if it meant giving up something precious. But for now, he was stuck in this situation, facing Nova, with his life hanging in the balance, and all he could do was hope that things wouldn't go terribly wrong. But deep down, he knew that his luck was never on his side, and that this encounter could end in disaster, and all he could think about was how he ended up here, and how he could escape this predicament alive. But the thought of his bad luck lingering over him like a dark cloud made him wonder if he would ever be able to break free from its grasp. Nova's voice broke through his thoughts, echoing his words back to him in a low and cold tone. As a figure stood before him, shaking her head with an expression as sharp as steel, uttering words that cut deep. "You're the one throwing your life away. If I hadn't stepped in, you might as well have written the date of your own death," I thought. "Maybe I'd give you a chance to live, since once again you are my brother." Her tone stayed cold and strict, as if it was all she knew how to be. The venom in her voice wasn't hate, but the weight of her position, of the authority she carried. Gentleness wasn't something she could do. And in response, a voice boomed back, "I was never going to die anyway." Raziel rolled his eyes, his voice bored, dismissive. He wanted to be done with this conversation. The air was thick with tension, as the two engaged in a battle of words, with no room for emotion, only the harsh reality of their situation. The figure's words were laced with a sense of responsibility, of duty, while Raziel's response was one of defiance, of disregard for the danger that had just passed, and the role this figure had played in saving his life. The dynamic between them was complex, layered with a history that was not immediately apparent, but the undercurrents of their relationship were palpable. As they spoke, their words hanging in the air, like a challenge or a gauntlet thrown, waiting to be picked up and responded to in kind. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't, not until he got what he came for, and that coward Aeon still needed to agree, the so-called heir of the Duke family, who didn't even dare glance in Raziel's direction, not since Nova appeared, as if terrified she'd kill him just for looking, which made Raziel think bitterly that this was not the pride of a duke's heir. And if that bastard had even a drop of courage, he wouldn't be standing there dealing with this mess, and he found these people disgusting. Meanwhile, Nova's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice cool and unyielding, saying, "Never going to die, you say? Let me guess. What were you planning? Trying to goad him into agreeing to a duel of honor?" His words cut through the tension like ice, because, by the rules, a duel of honor can't be fought the same day. There's always a preparation period of a week to 1 year, and he would have chosen the longest possible, a year or 2 months maybe, something like that. which made it clear that he was trying to stall for time, and Raziel was not having it. He was fed up with the games and the cowardice, and he just wanted to get to the point already, but Aeon was still too afraid to even look at him, let alone agree to a duel. And Nova was just watching with an air of superiority, enjoying the show, it seemed. And Raziel was getting more and more frustrated by the minute, stuck in this situation with these disgusting people, who didn't even have the courage to stand up for themselves. He gazed sharply into him, his eyes as sharp as daggers, and pointed out that with his backing, his honor on the line, no one could touch him, and killing him would be a direct insult to his family, so of course he'd beg everyone to leave him be. And none of the people he'd pissed off would want to risk making enemies with a duke's heir, unless they wanted to make an enemy of the duke's house. And so what? He'd buy himself a few more months to breathe, but she shook her head, disgust and disappointment mingling in her eyes, maybe trying to run away in the middle. But Nova yawned, his voice laced with cold indifference, as if the entire situation bored him, and he stated that all in all, he could say that he'd be dead. Whether it was today or that day, his words delivered so casually, revealing the plan in full, and she hadn't needed to think too hard. As the chief head of the organization, his words revealed the true nature of the situation and the reality of his predicament, and the fact that he was doomed, no matter what he did, and his attempts to escape or negotiate would only prolong the inevitable. And his nonchalance was a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation, and the danger that lurked beneath the surface, and the fact that he was at the mercy of those who sought to do him harm, and the only thing that could save him was the backing of a powerful family. But even that was not a guarantee, and the uncertainty of his fate hung in the air, like a sword of Damocles, waiting to fall, and the tension was palpable as the consequences of his actions became clear, and the true extent of his predicament was revealed, and the fact that he was trapped with no clear way out, and the only thing he could do was wait and see what would happen next. And the anticipation was agonizing, as the clock ticked away, and the fate that awaited him drew near, and the question on everyone's mind was, what would happen next, and how would it all end? And the answer, much like the future, was uncertain. And the only thing that was clear was that nothing would ever be the same again, and the consequences of his actions would be far-reaching, and the impact would be felt for a long time to come, and the memory of this moment would stay with him forever, a stark reminder of the dangers of his world and the unpredictability of his fate. VEN, the secret intelligence force that operated solely under his command, was no stranger to schemes of this kind, and for him, Raziel's plan was child's play, a notion that was reinforced by Nova's analysis, who was one of the strongest characters in the world, and seeing through Raziel's plan wasn't even worth breaking a sweat, which didn't surprise Raziel, as the moment Nova had appeared, he'd known she'd piece it together, and even if she hadn't hit every point, she'd grasped at least 35 to 40% of what he had been aiming for. And around them, the crowd gasped, as the weight of understanding seemed to hit them all at once, realizing that this was what that kid had been plotting, people understanding how dangerously clever the plan was. And a few smart spectators, maybe 4 or so, nodded, impressed despite themselves, acknowledging that Nova's analysis was right. The plan could have worked, no doubt about it, given that the Davins were a powerful house. Aeon's potential acceptance of a duel of honor would have rendered Raziel untouchable until the duel's date arrived, with the only exceptions being the Imperial family, the other 3 ducal families, or the Church, and even then, there was a chance the Davins could negotiate their way out by citing the sanctity of the duel, which explains why Raziel was acting so wildly, trying to die but knowing he wouldn't be killed, as Aeon could have persuaded Selena to restrain her followers for a time, and she would have agreed, leaving people to blink in surprise, realizing the kind of guts it took to try a gamble like this, playing with Duke families and standing on the edge of death with a smile. And although he would have died eventually, he would have gone down as the boy who outplayed everyone, and now all eyes shifted to Aeon, the so-called heir of the Davin family, The man who'd almost been played for a fool by someone far weaker without even realizing it, Aeon kept his face neutral, but inside, he clenched his fists. Now that everything was laid bare, he fully understood the trap he'd nearly stepped into, but still, the weight of the situation was not lost on him. In a most thrilling and unconventional turn of events, a character is faced with a tantalizing proposition, where the potential for a little embarrassment pales in comparison to the rewards that could be gained as he contemplates winning and claiming the award. And even now, he would gladly accept the challenge, for the advantages are simply too great to pass up. But alas, there is a catch, a rather significant one. For he would much rather not make an enemy of a certain someone, and this is where the dilemma lies. For the individual in question hails from the esteemed and incredibly powerful VILLIANS, who are undoubtedly the strongest of the 4 ducal families, leaving the others in their wake, and some even whisper that they rival the imperial family, perhaps even surpassing them in strength, although no one dares to utter such sentiments aloud. And as the tension builds, the atmosphere in the Colosseum begins to shift, with the wind growing heavy and hot, setting the stage for a most unpredictable and intriguing confrontation. The crowd itched to whisper, to gossip, to dissect the brilliant ploy they just witnessed, but no one dared move, dared speak, not with a certain figure standing in the center of the arena, their cold presence silencing them all. And when a particular individual was asked about the plan, they just shrugged, replying with a voice that oozed defiance, but inside, their mind was whirling as they thought, does she really think it's that easy to guess my plan? And they said it out loud, still claiming they wouldn't have been dead, all while rolling their eyes. But then a voice cut through the air, cold as steel, a gaze fixed on the individual, like they could read them as easily as an open book, saying, that's because you were planning to ask for a holy promise, weren't you? Maybe you were thinking if you beat them and claimed the holy promise, you'd use it to force the church to forgive your sin, the one where you tried to harm a certain person, and of course, they would have to accept it. Every single follower out there, as the individual's plan was laid bare, their thoughts and intentions exposed, and they were left to wonder, how did they see through their plan so easily? Because a holy promise is sacred, unbeatable. His eyes narrowed, his tone flat but sharp, dissecting his scheme without hesitation. And once that's done, you wouldn't have to keep living in fear of dying at their hands. No more looking over your shoulder, waiting for a blade in the dark. The crowd blinked, stunned by his words, finally grasping the depths of what had been planned. Even lips parted slightly in realization. So that's why he asked for it all. Nova continued. Voice low, controlled, yet carrying weight that no one could ignore. Everyone knows he is and will always be an eternal enemy of the church for what he did. The only way he survives is either by finding backing strong enough to protect him. His eyes narrowed, his tone flat but sharp, dissecting his scheme without hesitation. And once that's done, the fear of dying at their hands would be gone. No more living in fear, waiting for a blade in the dark. The crowd was stunned by his words, finally grasping the depths of what had been planned. Everyone knows he is and will always be an eternal enemy. The only way he survives is either by finding strong backing to protect him. Nova's voice was low, controlled, yet carrying weight that no one could ignore. So that's why he asked for it all. The realization was stunning. The crowd was left grasping the depths of what had been planned. He is and will always be an eternal enemy. The only way he survives is either by finding strong enough backing to protect him. The scene unfolded with a dramatic intensity as the characters navigated a web of complex emotions and motives, all centered around a singular figure who had made a desperate gamble to survive, and in doing so, had potentially set off a chain of events that would be impossible to reverse. Because even if the highest authority had decreed mercy, the fervent followers would still demand justice, driven by a righteous fury that would not be swayed. And it was this realization that led to a certain conclusion. That the only path to survival lay in a most unconventional and daring strategy, one that was so audacious it seemed almost laughable. Yet it was this very same plan that had been set in motion. with the stakes so high that the mere thought of it was enough to leave even the strongest wills shaken, as evidenced by the reactions of those present, who were all struggling to come to terms with the sheer magnitude of what had been attempted. Their faces reflecting a mix of shock, outrage, and incredulity, with some, like a certain individual, visibly shaken, their minds racing as they tried to grasp the full implications of this gamble, while others, fueled by anger and a deep-seated sense of justice, were barely containing their urge to lash out, their fists clenched in frustration, though restrained by the presence of another, whose calm demeanor served as a stark contrast to the turmoil that was brewing. And at the center of it all, the mastermind behind this plan stood tall, unapologetic and unwavering, a defiant smile plastered on his face, as if daring anyone to challenge him. His tone laced with mockery as he uttered a phrase that was both a question and a statement, a challenge to the very fabric of the society they lived in, and the response, or rather the lack thereof, from the one who had been singled out was just as telling, their expression unreadable, yet their eyes betrayed a deepening chill, a cold calculation that seemed to bore into the soul of the one who had so brazenly laid bare his strategy, leaving the outcome hanging precariously in the balance, as the world held its breath, waiting to see what would transpire next. She spoke in a low tone, each word cutting deep, as she asked if he really thought he could have beaten him, but Raziel just shrugged, refusing to answer, although the arrogance on his face spoke volumes for him, and Nova's gaze hardened further as she pointed out that he's a sword master at just 16, with a royal bloodline running through his veins, trained by the Duke family itself, and fed with the best resources the world could offer. She gestured lightly towards him, as if the facts were obvious, and then turned her attention to him, her words hitting like ice, asking if he really had the audacity to stand there and dream of victory against someone like him, telling him to wake up from his childishness. Her voice, though cold and strict, cracked with the weight of bitter truth, as she reminded him that he didn't even have mana, no aura, no training. Her words a harsh reality check for him to face. Nova's eyes narrowed as she stood before him, her voice laced with a mix of concern and frustration, saying not a single resource to your name, and even if you had them, you can't take them. Can you? You stand there with nothing, while he stands with everything. Do you not know his background? He could crush you without even lifting a finger. Just where is this arrogance coming from? Her words cut deep as she clenched her jaw, angry at herself for speaking of his weakness so bluntly, something she had always tried to protect him from. After all, she'd known since childhood he was his brother's curse, a body without talent, a continuation without hope. But today, seeing him like this, recklessly throwing himself into a dream built on nothing but cleverness and pride, overly arrogance, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Someone had to make him see. Planning without strength is useless. That simple fact echoed in Nova's head as she stared at him. No matter how clever the scheme, it would always crumble before true power. And all she wanted, all she ever wanted, was for him to realize that if he could just see his situation for what it was, maybe. Her gaze bore into him, a desperate attempt to drill some sense into his seemingly stubborn mind. Her expression a testament to the depth of her concern as she struggled to comprehend the sheer audacity that drove him to take such reckless risks. Her words hanging in the air, a stark reminder of the harsh reality that lay before him, a reality she feared he was blind to, and one that could ultimately prove to be his downfall. He was calm, too calm, and for the first time, something in him hesitated, as the thought whispered in his mind that maybe he was overstepping, and maybe he should stop. Because wasn't this like standing over a man born without legs, lecturing him on why he couldn't run, on why he should just give up? But no, his eyes didn't ask for help, they didn't plead, they didn't even acknowledge trouble. All they said was one thing: I will survive. And that only narrowed his eyes further, still so blind, still so stubborn, as he stood there, frozen in his determination, his gaze unwavering, his spirit unbroken. And in that moment, it was clear that he would not be swayed, that he would push forward, no matter what, driven by a fierce resolve that would not be shaken, his eyes burning with an unyielding fire that seemed to say, I will get through this, I will make it, I will survive, no matter what lies ahead. And that was all that mattered. That was all that drove him. A singular focus that would not be deterred, a determination that would not be swayed, a will to survive that would not be broken. He was calm, too calm, and for the first time, something in him hesitated, as the thought whispered in his mind that maybe he was overstepping, and maybe he should stop, because wasn't this like standing over a man born without legs? Lecturing him on why he couldn't run? On why he should just give up? But no. His eyes didn't ask for help. They didn't plead. They didn't even acknowledge trouble. All they said was one thing: I will survive. And that only narrowed his eyes further. Still so blind, still so stubborn, as he stood there, frozen in his determination, his gaze unwavering, his spirit unbroken. And in that moment, it was clear that he would not be swayed, that he would push forward, no matter what, driven by a fierce resolve that would not be shaken, his eyes burning with an unyielding fire that seemed to say, I will get through this, I will make it, I will survive, no matter what lies ahead. And that was all that mattered. That was all that drove him. A singular focus that would not be deterred. A determination that would not be swayed. A will to survive that would not be broken. Suddenly, a voice rang out, sharp and commanding, as a figure began to speak, their words echoing through the air. Do you see everyone here? Look around. Their fingers shot out, pointing at one face, then another, sweeping across the Colosseum, and Raziel's gaze followed, silent, taking in the scene. As the speaker continued, not a single person here, not in their deepest thoughts, not even in their wildest dreams, believes you can win against that boy, not one. Their finger lowered, but their voice remained cold, emphasizing the point, and they added, and remember this too, no one out there likes you, not a single soul in this entire arena. The words hung in the air, as she could feel Selena freeze beside her, the girl's eyes wide, trembling with each word the speaker uttered, and the speaker's gaze seemed to bore into those present, as if to drive the point home. And they finished with a chilling statement. If I wasn't standing here, the words trailing off, leaving an unsettling impression. It seems that an intense confrontation is unfolding, as one individual points out that if it wasn't for a certain person, a fight would have ensued against anyone, and the outcome would have been dire, emphasizing that the opposition is universal, with every single one of them harboring hatred, which is a daunting prospect. And this revelation has a profound impact on the other person, whose heart twists in anguish, as the cruelty of the words uttered causes their chest to tighten, prompting a strong desire to intervene, to step forward. But somehow, their strength fails them, leaving them immobilized, unable to move, and it's unclear why their legs refuse to budge. Meanwhile, the other person's gaze remains unwavering. As they finish their statement, their words hanging in the air, laden with emotion, and it's evident that the situation is extremely tense, with feelings running high, and the atmosphere is heavy with foreboding as the reality of the situation sets in, and the weight of the words spoken is felt deeply, with the other person's voice softening only slightly, as they convey the harsh truth that every last one of them holds a deep-seated hatred, which is a difficult truth to confront. And it's clear that this conversation is having a profound impact on both parties involved. Maybe now he understands his position, but Raziel's eyes remain cold and unbothered as he runs a hand through his long purple hair, his voice tight with restraint, as if he's had enough of the words, and he addresses the woman with a sharp, dismissive tone, saying he doesn't have mana, aura, strength, powers, or background. And is that what she's saying? Meanwhile, the system's voice is faint and buried beneath the noise in Raziel's mind, attempting to calm him down, warning him that his emotions are getting out of control. But Raziel's reaction is one of escalating anger. As he clenches his fists and his voice rises, his anger boiling over, the system's gentle prompting is drowned out by the turmoil in his mind, and Raziel's emotions continue to simmer, his sharp tongue and dismissive manner a clear indication of his growing frustration as the conversation takes a tense and dramatic turn, with Raziel's calm demeanor slowly unraveling, revealing a deeper sense of agitation and annoyance. And the system's voice is a gentle whisper in the background, trying to soothe his frazzled nerves, but Raziel's anger and frustration are too great, and he continues to seethe, his words laced with a sharp venom as he struggles to maintain control, his emotions hanging precariously in the balance. And the situation is fraught with tension as Raziel's emotions threaten to boil over. And the system's voice is a constant reminder to remain calm. But Raziel's response is one of defiance and anger, and the air is thick with anticipation as the scene unfolds with a sense of foreboding, and Raziel's emotions reach a boiling point. His anger and frustration, a potent mix as he grapples with the weight of his own emotions, and the system's voice is a steady presence, trying to guide him back from the brink. But Raziel's emotions are too raw, and he continues to simmer, his anger and frustration a palpable force that threatens to consume him whole. He demanded to know why he was able to outmaneuver everyone, why no one could find him, and how he managed to survive on his own for so long, his voice thundering in the silent arena, fury shaking every word, as he questioned why someone as weak as him was able to pass the trial, and why he was still standing alive. Having been at odds with everyone in the arena and yet remaining unscathed, his fingers sweeping the crowd just as he had done before, emphasizing that not a single one of them would have survived what he had been through, and that he was alive not because of help or support, but because he stood on his own and survived by himself, which led him to ask what they were dreaming about, as they weren't even his enemies, and what they thought they could do to him when the whole world wanted him dead and couldn't do it. His voice cracking with rage, his body trembling as he declared that this wasn't a dream and that he would win, pointing directly at her, breath ragged, fury consuming him, and he couldn't even remember losing his composure like this before. But the way she spoke and stripped him down tore at his mind, while Nova stood there, silent, expressionless, letting him vent every ounce of his frustration in a shocking turn of events that defied the crowd's expectations of anger, cold threats, or a violent outburst. Nova's reaction was entirely different, as she let out a long, deep sigh that carried not just frustration, but exhaustion, as if she was tired of all the nonsense, and she didn't even try to hide it. Yes, she was angry, furious in fact. His words had stung more than she'd ever admit, especially the way he dismissed her so easily, calling her a woman as if she were some stranger, no trace of respect left. But Nova, even the master of restraint, controlled herself. She could see it clearly. Raziel wasn't thinking straight. His emotions had overtaken him, and he was flailing in his anger. He's still a kid, she reminded herself. A kid lost in his own storm. Her voice was firm, no longer biting, just direct, not wanting to accept his mistake. Look, she seemed to be saying, as she struggled to come to terms with the situation, her anger and frustration evident, yet somehow managed to keep her emotions in check. A feat that showcased her remarkable self-control, all while trying to make sense of Raziel's unpredictable behavior and the words that had cut deep into her. A complex mix of emotions that left her feeling drained, yet determined to find a way forward, despite the challenges that lay ahead. Her sigh, a testament to the turmoil that brewed within her, a deep-seated exhaustion that threatened to consume her, yet she pressed on, fueled by a determination to rise above the chaos that surrounded her. She took a bold step forward, her eyes locked steadfastly on him, as she declared, "You don't need to go through with all this ridiculous planning for your own death or embarrassment. Whatever it is you think you're doing, stop." Her voice rang out, and she pointed, her finger lowering to Selena's feet, guiding his gaze. "I'm giving you a chance right now." Her words echoed in the hushed Coliseum. "Come, apologize to Selena, right now, Call me sister, very respectfully. Do that, and I promise you that no one will harm you from this moment forward." Her words, so clear and direct, sent ripples through the gathered crowd. Eyes widened in shock, mouths parted in disbelief, but no one dared interrupt. The weight of her authority silenced them more effectively than any threat. As she stood firm, her eyes steady, her voice unwavering, her presence commanding attention and inspiring a sense of awe, the crowd remained still, frozen in anticipation, waiting to see what would happen next, as the tension hung in the air, thick and heavy, like a challenge, or a promise, or a warning. It was all there, in her voice, in her eyes, in her stance. A potent mix of power and conviction that was impossible to ignore. Nova thought grimly, if he can't understand what I was trying to teach him with words, then maybe I just need to be straightforward, lead him in if I have to. Looking at his intelligence, he'll see. This is the smart choice. He'll agree. But before he could respond, Selena took a hesitant step forward. Her face was a canvas of tangled emotions. Guilt, sorrow, confusion. "Nova," she said, as she struggled to find the right words to express herself. Her emotions were palpable, and it seemed like she was searching for a way to break through to him, to make him see things from her perspective. But Nova's expression remained unchanged. His thoughts still fixed on the idea that the other person would eventually come around to his way of thinking, that he would see the logic in his words and agree. But for now, the scene was set, with Selena taking a step forward, her emotions raw, and Nova waiting, his expression a mask of calm determination. As the two of them stood there, the air was thick with tension, the outcome hanging in the balance. As they both waited to see what the other would do next, the silence between them was heavy, and it seemed like time was standing still, as they both struggled to find a way to move forward, to break through the impasse that had been reached. But for now, they just stood there, frozen in time, each waiting for the other to make a move. "It's all right," she said quietly, her voice almost pleading as she tried to reassure him that there was no need for apologies, truly, remembering that they had all already apologized on his behalf back then, and he had received his punishment, so there was no need to force this. And as she stood close enough that any other person would have been cut down for daring such proximity without invitation, but somehow she was able to stand there, her eyes flicking instinctively towards him, her heart pounding, and Nova's sharp gaze softened as she reached out and took her trembling hand, holding it gently, then placed her other hand over it, as if trying to still the shaking, and her strict, almost harsh expression melted for a moment into one of warmth and quiet understanding as she whispered her name, Selena, in a soothing tone, her voice a gentle caress that seemed to calm the air around them. And for a moment, everything else faded away, leaving only the two of them suspended in a world of their own, where the only thing that mattered was the understanding that passed between them, a connection that seemed to transcend words and speak directly to the heart. She didn't have to feel guilty for any of this, as even being his sister didn't excuse his actions, and despite apologizing on his behalf and punishing him, she deserved a personal and sincere apology just for her. And his voice wavered slightly, not with weakness, but with the emotion she struggled to keep buried beneath her cold exterior, as she wondered if she was being selfish, trying to still hold on to hope for him, to still accept him after everything. Maybe he wouldn't be able to change, but as his elder sister, it was her duty to give him at least one last chance, and she squeezed the other person's hand gently, asking them to please understand that, in a heartfelt and emotional plea, as she tried to come to terms with the situation and find a way to move forward, while still being true to her own feelings and sense of responsibility towards her brother. Selena's hands trembled wildly in Nova's grasp, her body betraying the storm inside her, as she struggled to find the words to express herself. But they got stuck, lodged behind the weight of everything she'd endured, and she thought about how far she had come, wondering what good it would do to say anything now. Maybe if only she had done things differently. But she stopped herself, realizing it was too late for if-onlys. So she closed her eyes, forcing herself to stand silently, letting Nova's steady presence ground her. And Nova, feeling the violent tremor in the girl's hands, had his heart ache at the reminder, thinking that this girl was still the same as she was that day, still carrying the same emotional scars, and he could sense the turmoil raging within her as he held her hands, trying to offer what comfort he could, his presence a constant in the midst of her emotional upheaval. And Selena, feeling his steady grip, let herself be supported by him, drawing strength from his calm and quiet demeanor. As she stood there, trying to composing herself, her eyes closed, her body tense, but gradually, ever so slightly, beginning to relax, as Nova's presence helped to soothe her frazzled nerves and calm the storm that had been raging inside her for so long. The trauma never left him, and as the scene unfolded, a silent observer watched with an intensity that was palpable, his dark and unreadable eyes flicking between two individuals, his gaze fixed on them with an unblinking stare, as one of them waited with bated breath for the inevitable moment when the other's fragile pride and battered ego would finally succumb to the overwhelming weight of survival, a struggle that was all too familiar, a desperate attempt to cling to the last shreds of dignity in the face of humiliation and hate, a feeling that was deeply understood, and it was known that when death loomed large, even the proudest of hearts would consider bowing their head in defeat. And so it was only a matter of time before an agreement would be reached. And in the midst of this tense standoff, a voice echoed in the silence, a calm yet urgent whisper that seemed to reverberate through every fiber of being, a voice that urged and prompted, its tone sharper than usual, as if fearful that this chance might somehow slip away. And so the voice echoed once more, its words hanging in the air like a challenge. To agree, to acquiesce, to surrender to the inevitable before the opportunity was lost forever. The voice whispered its final warning, to agree, before the other party changed their mind. The system offered a stern warning, urging caution and emphasizing the significance of the upcoming opportunity, stating, "Don't mess this up. You'll get the perfect chance to develop your power, and you can lay low under the safety. It's a golden opportunity." The system acknowledged that it would be hard, given everything that had been done, but advised against being idiotic, emphasizing that they're not a heroic system, and that the path of a villain must be walked. Doing what a villain must, sometimes being shameless, is acceptable, and pride debts can be paid late. The system laid out its reasoning in full, though deep down, it knew the individual didn't really need the reminder, being clever, too clever to throw this chance away. But still, the system felt compelled to drive the point home. It felt the need to say it, just in case. But instead, a low whistle cut through the quiet arena, a sharp sound that seemed to hang in the air as he ran his fingers through his long hair, a crazy grin spreading across his face. The grin of someone who had nothing left to lose. His shoulders began to shake, as if holding back deep laughter, as if the entire situation was one big joke. Nova watched him closely, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She thought he's struggling with it, trying to burn off that arrogance, act cool before he gives in. That's all this is. Honestly, it's looking painful to break someone's ego like this. Raziel's expression was a mix of emotions, a whirlwind of feelings that seemed to be warring within him, Nova's eyes never left his face. She was fascinated by the turmoil that seemed to be raging inside him, the way he was trying to hold on to his pride, even as it seemed to be slipping away from him. It was almost as if he was aware of the fact that he was losing, that he was on the verge of being broken, and yet he refused to give in, refused to acknowledge the truth, that he was no longer in control, that Nova had the upper hand, and it was this realization that seemed to be tearing him apart. The struggle to maintain his composure, to keep his ego intact, was a palpable thing. A living, breathing creature that seemed to be writhing in agony as the reality of his situation slowly began to sink in, and Nova watched it all, her eyes glued to his face, as she waited for the inevitable, the moment when he would finally crack, when his facade would crumble, and he would be left with nothing but the stark, harsh truth that he was beaten, that he had lost. And it was this moment that she was waiting for, the moment of triumph, the moment when she would emerge victorious, and Raziel would be left to pick up the pieces of his shattered ego. The system's voice cackled with dread as it felt the storm brewing inside him, sensing the dangerous spark of defiance rising, and in a last-ditch effort to calm the situation, a warning was issued. But Raziel wasn't listening, his mind recoiling at the suggestion to apologize, a concept it spat out like poison, refusing to consider it, especially not for standing up for himself. And as he bit the inside of his cheek to fight back the words that clawed at his throat, his eyes burned cold and wild, as if he'd already accepted death and now welcomed it, and with a slow shake of his head, his expression darkening, he spat on the ground at their feet, literally. And Noah looked down at the motion emotionlessly, before Raziel's voice cut in, sharp as steel, his gaze daring them to try, his chest rising and falling with heavy, ragged breaths, like a man ready for execution but refusing to kneel. And in a shocking turn, he issued a challenge, his grin widening, unhinged, as his fingers popped the top button of his shirt, loosening it as if preparing for whatever storm would come. And he declared that if by any means they could make him apologize to anyone right now, he'd lick that spit clean off the ground. "Come on," the young individual exclaimed, his words echoing through the silent Colosseum like thunder, as he seemingly expressed his indifference to his own mortality, refusing to beg or rely on the sympathy of others to survive. And this bold declaration sent a chill through the air, causing the temperature to plummet, much like a winter wind sweeping through the arena, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned silence, with gulping noises being the only sounds that could be heard, as people were too astonished to speak or even move, and it was clear that they thought this kid had lost his mind. A thought that rippled through the crowd, with utter madness being the consensus, as he had just thrown away what appeared to be his one chance to change his life, to escape the depths of despair and reach for a better existence. But he had rejected it, just like that, in an instant, leaving everyone in a state of shock and bewilderment. And worse, he didn't just eject it, he challenged her, the Nova Villain, the Raven Princess, a moment that left everyone frozen in awe. No one moved, no one breathed. As today had been a roller coaster of an impossible display of insanity, guts, and defiance. A day that would never be forgotten as long as they lived. And then Raziel's voice rose again, raw, wild, and bitter, as he spoke of being called sister, his eyes narrowing, his voice like ice venom, telling her she lost that right the day she first raised her hands against him, warning her and everyone else not to bring it up again. His words hanging in the air like a threat, a reminder of the tension and conflict that had been building, a challenge that would not be easily forgotten, a moment that would stay etched in their memories forever, a testament to the unyielding determination and unrelenting passion of those involved. As the weight of his words settled in, The air remained thick with anticipation, the scene unfolding like a dramatic and intense confrontation, with no one knowing what would happen next, the only certainty being that things would never be the same again, the day's events having crossed a point of no return, leaving everyone to wonder what the future held, as the shock and drama of the moment continued to reverberate, a lasting impression that would haunt them all, a reminder of the unforgettable day that had just transpired, one that would be etched in their memories for a long time to come. He's totally lost it. His entire world has been turned upside down, and now he's lashing out at everyone, his long royal purple hair swinging behind him as he lifts his chin in defiance, the blood still streaking his cheek, only adding to his wild and crazy appearance, telling them all to mind their own business, that he never asked for their help, and now the system's voice is echoing in his mind, a mix of fury and despair, with expletives flying left and right as it berates him for his foolishness, reminding him of the opportunity he just threw away, how a simple apology would have been enough to keep him safe, allowing him to grow stronger, lay low, and then pay back whatever debts he owed. But now it's all gone, and the system is trembling with frustration, almost helpless in its anger, asking him if he even realizes what he's done, what he's thrown away, not just dooming himself, but also dragging the system down into the grave with him, and the system's words are echoing in his mind like a broken chorus. A plan burned to ashes, and it's all because if the host dies, it'll be the end of the system too, which is why it's reacting like that. Its words a stark reminder of the consequences of his actions. Just time lost. And he could live with that. He reached up, flicked his hair dramatically with one hand. Smooth. Charisma S thankfully kept him looking dashing even when he felt like dying inside. Finally, standing right before her, he reached out and gently lifted her chin with one finger, tilting her face to meet his gaze. She still didn't resist. "A present?" Raziel said softly, voice dipped in sultry confidence. "No. For the price of learning your skill, I would like to offer something far more valuable." He leaned in, his lips just inches from hers. "My body. Just time lost." And he could live with that. He reached up, flicked his hair dramatically with one hand. Smooth. Charisma S thankfully kept him looking dashing even when he felt like dying inside. Finally, standing right before her, he reached out and gently lifted her chin with one finger, tilting her face to meet his gaze. She still didn't resist. "A present?" Raziel said softly, voice dipped in sultry confidence. "No. For the price of learning your skill, I would like to offer something far more valuable." He leaned in, his lips just inches from hers. "My body." This is fucking cringy. Where the hell did you learn this? Are you possessed by a trashy web novel? What is this? The system blurted in pure disgust. Raziel ignored it. He thought this was his best shot. After all, the woman in front of him was an SSS ranked villainess, likely older than entire civilizations. Maybe something as bold as this would actually amuse her. Maybe it would even work. As for the embarrassment, please. Raziel's skin had thickened to steel over the past few days. There was no audience here to witness his fall, just one chaotic woman. His hand remained under Lily's chin, and she continued to stare up at him. Silence stretched, and stretched, and stretched. Finally, PFFFT. Lily burst into laughter, spraying air toward his face as she barely held herself back. She doubled over, slapping her thigh, wheezing. Then she clutched her stomach like it hurt, gasping between laughs. "Oh my. Ha 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 ha," she howled. "Pa ha pee pay with your body? What are you, some desperate drama queen from a third-rate novel? Oh my god! Raziel's soul left his body in that moment. He stood there frozen like a statue, fingers still awkwardly in the air where her chin had once been. His brain stopped functioning, his breath caught in his chest. Now you realize how cringe that was, huh? The system muttered flatly. Lily was on the ground now, literally rolling around in the dirt, tears forming in her eyes as she kicked her feet. Oh, no, no, no. Ha ha, you're too much. That was the best thing I've heard in centuries. Who does that? You thought I'd go all blushy like some schoolgirl? Oh my god. Raziel was still frozen, still dead inside. She looked up at him while wiping her tears, grinning like a lunatic. Her laughter still echoed softly through the ruins, the kind that hit deep and refused to stop. You're either stupid or absolutely insane. Either way, I love it. Raziel blinked, unsure how to react. Love it? He repeated slowly, raising an eyebrow. Ahem, as in, you'll teach me? Her grin widened, becoming somehow even more wicked. Maybe, but only if you do one more thing. Raziel tilted his head, and what's that? His embarrassment from earlier? Gone. Burned to ash like a useless old scroll. He didn't care anymore. If shame could be set on fire, his was already incinerated and blown away with the wind. It was just some little sacrifice. Right? Lily leaned in close, her breath teasing his cheek. Her voice dropped to a syrupy, sensual whisper that felt far more dangerous than anything she had done so far. Call me. Mommy. Raziel's soul nearly left his body. What? What? He gasped, stumbling back a full step like he'd been struck by a divine-grade lightning bolt. The air around him cracked with the silent scream of his pride being shattered. Just like protagonist in that Korean drama. Sigh. It's all right, host. I know you won't be able to do it. How could you? Don't worry, I won't remember this moment. I promise. Let's just leave this place. Clearly, this sacrifice is too much. The system's voice rang in his head with the perfect mix of sarcasm and teasing, sounding like it was holding back laughter. You're the kind of guy who'd rather die than apologize. And this? This is leagues beyond that. Raziel stood frozen, his mind reeling. He gulped as he stared at Lily, trying to erase her words from his brain, but they were etched there, permanent and taunting. Be quick now, Lily sang, spinning slightly on one heel. You've only got 8 seconds left. Say it, and I'll give you the skill you came for. She started whistling and inspecting her nails, looking utterly unconcerned, though her eyes gleamed with devilish mischief. Raziel remained like a statue. Not a muscle moved, not a thought formed that wasn't screaming. Let's go, host. Enough embarrassment for today, yes? The system whispered again, its smug tone lighting every fuse in Raziel's skull. How about 2 of my skills? Lily added, glancing back. 4 seconds left. His hands clenched. This is so dumb. This is just one word. Just one. 2 skills, and it's over. He could pretend it never happened. Hell, it's better than fighting another 10 insect monsters until his bones break again. Right? Right? Raziel's lips trembled. He could feel the weight of every moment. And finally, Mommy. It was barely audible, more breath than sound, but it escaped his mouth. Lily's grin widened into a full, wicked smile. Good boy, she whispered, tiptoeing closer to ruffle his hair. Her fingers brushed lightly over his head, playful and triumphant. Raziel didn't move. His soul had left his body 10 seconds ago. His mind was a blank landscape, echoing with one phrase. Good boy. Is not no its second. 2 minutes later, outside the system space. Congratulations, host. You have received Skill Shadow Step A rank. Congratulations, host. You have received Skill Keen Hearing. Raziel didn't react. He sat on tree branch, staring blankly into the distance, his face devoid of emotion. He would bury it, kill it, pretend it was a dream, a hallucination brought on by training trauma, anything. But if Lily ever dared to repeat that phrase again, good boy. Raziel stood up with a slow, heavy exhale. The skills he just acquired were powerful, insanely so, worth every piece of the humiliation, even if he'd rather die than admit it out loud. All right, he muttered, clenching his fists. Time to put these skills to use. And next time, he would bury it, kill it, pretend it was a dream, a hallucination brought on by training trauma, anything. But if Lily ever dared to repeat that phrase again, good boy. Raziel stood up with a slow, heavy exhale. The skills he just acquired were powerful, insanely so, worth every piece of the humiliation, even if he'd rather die than admit it out loud. All right, he muttered, clenching his fists. Time to put these skills to use. And next time, no more mommy quests. Ever. Sure, host, whatever you say. Good boy. System. Chapter 62. S-ranked skill in use. Raziel stood silently, still recovering from the embarrassment that had just occurred moments ago, but he quickly shoved it all into the darkest corner of his memory. No way was he going to let something like that define him. Not now, not ever. All right, stop this bullshit and tell me what these skills do? Raziel asked, his voice low and firm, trying his best to sound unaffected. Yes, host. Shadow Step, A rank. Type active, passive, non-upgradable. Effect. When walking on or beneath any shadows, your movements, including footsteps, rustling of clothes, and breathing, emit 0 sound. Consumes mana only when active. Keen Hearing. S rank. Type passive. Effect. Significantly enhances hearing, allowing the user to detect even the faintest of sounds. Also grants the ability to instantly pinpoint the direction and distance of detected sounds, depending on skill proficiency. Raziel raised an eyebrow and rubbed his chin. The first one. Shadow Step, huh? Isn't that a bit too much for an A rank? All it does is remove sound when I'm in shadows. That's it? Even my obsidian skeleton is S rank, and that thing's practically unbreakable. This feels overranked, like a little disrespectful even. Incorrect, host. This skill is not overranked. In fact, by system judgment standards, Shadow Step deserves at least a A rank due to its utility. Not making any noise, including movement, clothing, rustle, and breathing when within shadows makes it an extremely potent tool for stealth, like it's practically broken for infiltration, assassination, ambushes, or even escaping. Unless your enemy has special sensory abilities like mana detection, mental perception, or something equally rare, they won't even know you're there. The system continued without pause. And as for its classification as non-upgradable, this is the full extent of its effect. No amount of usage or proficiency will change or enhance it further. What you see is what you get. Raziel nodded slowly. Makes sense. Active passive. So I can turn it on, and it'll keep working until I turn it off, right? But it eats up mana? Correct. Use it wisely. You have disgusting amount of mana. He scratched his chin, already imagining dozens of applications. It wasn't just useful, it was dangerous. If he was ever inside a structure, a dim alley, or just out during the night, he'd basically become a walking ghost. No sound, no trace. All right, I like it. Sounds fun, he murmured. Then his eyes shifted toward the second new skill, Furthermore, unlike visual or mana-based senses, sound is far harder to deceive or erase. Mental and spiritual perception can be disrupted, and even mana senses can be fooled with illusions or suppression techniques. But sound? Unless your opponent uses extremely rare skills like your very own Shadow Step, you'll hear everything. In addition, keen hearing transfers information to your brain instantly, no delay. Your reaction time improves passively as your perception of incoming threats becomes near instantaneous. The system's tone grew even more informative. At higher proficiency, this skill will allow you to literally form visual images through sound alone. Imagine perceiving your environment like an echolocation radar, but clearer, allowing you to fight with your eyes closed. Also, before you ask why this system display or format is different from your older skills, this one is from an entirely different world system. Each villain originates from a different dimension, and though I can translate all skills into this interface, some system traits remain unchanged. Alright. Furthermore, unlike visual or mana-based senses, sound is far harder to deceive or erase. Mental and spiritual perception can be disrupted, and even mana senses can be fooled with illusions or suppression techniques. But sound? Unless your opponent uses extremely rare skills like your very own Shadow Step, you'll hear everything. In addition, keen hearing transfers information to your brain instantly, no delay. Your reaction time improves passively as your perception of incoming threats becomes near instantaneous. The system's tone grew even more informative. At higher proficiency, this skill will allow you to literally form visual images through sound alone. Imagine perceiving your environment like an echolocation radar, but clearer, allowing you to fight with your eyes closed. Also, before you ask why the system display or format is different from your older skills, this one is from an entirely different world system. Each villain originates from a different dimension. And though I can translate all skills into this interface, some system traits remain unchanged. Alright. Damn. Raziel nodded again, this time more seriously. As for skill growth, it has 4 tiers. Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Ultimate. You are currently at Basic. But good news, this skill grows with use and talent, and your natural talent makes progress, makes learning speed significantly faster. Alright. That actually makes a lot more sense now. Raziel nodded, finally satisfied. Everything was falling into place. He could already think of dozens of ways to use these skills, even in combo. A soundless step and hearing everything within a wide radius. Assassin build unlocked. He sighed. Maybe those humiliating moments were worth it after all. Both of these were high tier and had tons of uses, not just in combat, but for survival and recon too. Alright, system. Enough talk. Time to test them out. Send me back to the training grounds. Let's see what I can really do now. Affirmative, host. Initiating transfer. Prepare yourself. Raziel smirked. I'm going to fuck those Mentises this time, he muttered. Are you prepared, host? Of course. Go on. Within seconds, he found himself standing once again under the giant leaf canopy of the oversized biome. The soft green glow of sunlight filtered through the thick, towering stalks, casting elongated shadows across the uneven ground. 10 green figures materialized before him in a ripple of light, each one identical to the mantises he'd fought and lost to before. This time, though, everything was different. Raziel's ears twitched slightly as his keen hearing S skill activated. The world around him shifted, not visually, but perceptually. He could hear everything, not just louder, but sharper, clearer. The way wind whispered through the giant grass, the rustle of distant it, even the subtle drag of his own clothes as they shifted with his breathing, every detail flooded into his awareness. Weirdly enough, it didn't overwhelm him. It should have. Any normal person would have been paralyzed by the sudden flood of hypersensitive input, but he didn't feel overwhelmed. In fact, it felt natural. He closed his eyes. Everything went black visually, but perception, it exploded. He could still sense everything as vividly as before, no vision needed. He could feel the shapes, the forms, the movement of air against surfaces. The sunlight filtering down through gaps in the canopy became threads of clarity in the dark. The way the wind curved around a tree or struck a surface. Cafe opening scene. Cafe opening scene. Touch. Direction. All from vibrations. Correct, host. The skill converts sound into spatial awareness. You will instinctively know the exact shape and position of anything within range. It's definitely worth S rank, he muttered. Maybe even higher. And then it began. Swish, swish, swish. And suddenly, Raziel crouched low without warning, narrowly dodging a deadly slash aimed straight for his head from the left. He didn't turn, didn't even slow down, forcing himself to move as if he hadn't heard it, refusing to let it reach him. Not that it mattered, as behind him, a figure stood quietly, watching his retreating figure, a small, sad smile creeping onto her face. She closed her eyes, taking in a breath that trembled just faintly. Then she turned, as if to walk away in the opposite direction. But halfway through, her steps slowed. She hesitated, glancing back at him over her shoulder. Without a word, she lifted her foot slightly, hovering just above the ground. And then, with a soft whisper, radiant bloom, the words were as soft as a breeze. And the moment her foot touched the stone, a golden ripple burst outward. It spread like a circle of light, racing across the Colosseum floor, shimmering like sunlight, dancing on water. It passed through everything. Students, stone, debris, with unstoppable grace. My agility and reaction speed are too low, even when I can feel their movements like they're happening in slow motion. Raziel thought, frustrated. I can literally sense their body positions and predict where the slashes will come from. But if they all strike together and I don't have space to dodge, that was it. That was why he'd been hit. There simply wasn't enough room to maneuver through all 10 simultaneously. But even with that disadvantage, having this skill changed everything. For a few seconds, Raziel genuinely felt like he was in Ultra Instinct, like that long-haired dude from that old anime. Not even a trillionth of a percent close, host, the system muttered flatly. He didn't sense it coming, as no power or shape sensed to warn him, and it stuck him gently, passing through him like sunlight breaking through clouds, causing his steps to falter. And he looked down, confused, as the deep bite wound on his side, a raw, half-burned mark, sealed itself as if it had never been, and the finger-shaped bruises on his face faded too, leaving only the dried blood as evidence they had ever been there at all. And Raziel stared for a moment, silent. Then, without so much as a glance back, he resumed walking. No word of thanks, no acknowledgement, just silence. He left unspoken, and Selena watched him go, her gaze lingering on his back as he disappeared among the crowd. And she thought silently, so you're not even going to turn around. Huh. The ache in her chest deepening as she stood there, frozen in a mix of emotions. Her eyes fixed on the spot where he had vanished. The silence between them, palpable, and the only sound being the faint hum of the crowd and the beating of her own heart as she struggled to come to terms with what had just happened and the feelings that swirled inside her. A complex web of emotions that seemed to have no clear beginning or end, and all she could do was stand there, lost in thought, as the world around her continued to move, unaware of the turmoil that churned within her. Doesn't seem so hard anymore, he muttered confidently. The injured Mentis shrieked with a high-pitched, insectoid screech, retreating instinctively. The remaining 9 hissed louder, their slashes growing wilder and faster, clearly furious. Raziel just kept moving, dodging like it was second nature now. His steps flowed like a dance, perfectly in tune with the rhythm of combat. 6 minutes later, Raziel stood tall, staring down at the twitching remains of the final Mentis. With a sharp slash, he severed its small head clean from its shoulders. Congratulations for killing 10 ranked F Mentis, host. Killing intent. F. 1. 10. 100. He wiped the green blood from his blade. System, show me my lesser healing progression, he asked calmly. E rank, lesser healing, 26, 1000. 26 times? Raziel blinked. That shouldn't have been the case. He quickly ran through the battle in his head. 10 direct hits from the first ambush, that much he could understand. But after that, he had clearly started countering, dodging, and even slicing back effectively. So why had he still taken damage 26 times? He exhaled sharply. It must have been those early injuries. They slowed my movement. Made the dodges a second too late, the counters half a beat off. Still, if this had been the real world, without infinite stamina and healing, he might have collapsed from fatigue alone. Even so, it was an immense improvement. After all, it had taken him 10 minutes just to beat one of these monsters last time. Now, he had just wiped out all 10 by himself in under 6 minutes. Back then, he hadn't even killed a single one before dying. The only reason he survived long enough was his indestructible obsidian skeleton. But now, it wasn't the skeleton that saved him, it was him. Congratulations for clearing second wave. Third wave is coming. Host, prepare. Suddenly, golden light wrapped around Raziel's body, his wounds vanished, replaced with fresh skin. Even his bloodied clothes were gone, replaced by new ones, crisp and clean. He blinked, still adjusting, when the system's voice echoed again. Then he saw it. His face paled slightly. From the very spot where the first Mentises had spawned, 100 green lights suddenly flared into existence. 10 by 10. An army of 100 Mentises stood before him, lined up like a deadly battalion. He muttered, sweat forming on his brow. Wave 3. 100x F-rank Mentis initiated. System, how much time do I have before the Academy morning starts again? Raziel asked, his gaze still fixed on the army of Mentises before him. Is greater than. There are still 6 hours left before it begins. Host, do not worry. I will notify you when the time comes. All right. Good, Raziel nodded. He exhaled slowly, stretching his arms. I think by morning, I can definitely upgrade lesser healing. And maybe killing intent for sure. He paused, his lips twitching into a smirk. Right? It can't be that. I can't even manage to kill 1,000 of these things with infinite revives. Right? And maybe, just maybe, if his keen hearing progressed quickly, he could push it to intermediate? That one felt a little less likely, but who knows, his talent is after all said to be greatest of all. Anything can happen, he muttered to himself, eyes narrowing with renewed fire. He had to get stronger. No, he must. Because tomorrow was his first day at the academy. The beginning of what he already knew would be hell, and whether it was tomorrow or the day after, he had some people to deal with, some lessons to teach. Not that he could even touch those people right now, but soon. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after that. One step at a time. The thing he was most excited about? The killing intent skill. The system had told him every time it ranked up, it would unlock a new effect. That was enough to keep him going. even through death after death. Let's see, he muttered with a dangerous grin. He cracked his neck, stretched his arms once again, and steadied his breathing. System, he said, stepping forward, ready to dive into the massacre. Let's start this up. Chapter 63, To the Academy. Morning sunlight filtered through the leaves as Raziel stretched his arms and jumped down from the tall tree he had made his temporary bed for the night. A relaxed grin stretched across his face, his soaked hair clinging to his forehead, still dripping from a recent rinse. He had just taken a short swim in a nearby river. Why? Because, well, he was homeless. Yeah. Not that he was complaining. The cold water had jolted his senses awake, and after everything he endured last night, it felt refreshing. And why was he jumping out of a tree? Because that's where he just finished his breakfast. Healthy living, healthy killing, he muttered with a smirk, munching on the last bite of an apple. His breakfast? A bunch of crisp, half-ripe apples he'd collected. It wasn't much, but enough to fill his stomach and fuel his next step. As his senses began to dull and his vision darkened, everything became strange, and he felt himself drifting away until suddenly everything went black, but then a breeze swept in, bringing with it a rush of strange foreign air that washed over his face, and a wave of unfamiliar scents overwhelmed his nose, with hundreds of fragrances, some sweet, some earthy, some sharp like steel, assaulting his senses. And as his eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the strange new world before him, he blinked once, twice, and then he saw it, a message that made his eyes widen in surprise, welcoming him to the SSS rank valley of villainy, with a title that made his eye twitch. Villain title, World's Killer, a designation that seemed utterly absurd, and of course, it was a lunatic's idea, because what else could it be? And he couldn't help but think that this was all just some kind of crazy, twisted joke. But the reality of his situation was slowly beginning to sink in, and he was left to wonder what exactly was going on, and how he had ended up in this strange, new world, with a title that seemed to suggest he was some kind of villain, a killer, a person he didn't recognize, and the more he thought about it, the more his eye twitched, as if trying to process the sheer absurdity of it all, and he exploited them. At first, he could barely kill 1 or 2 before dying. Then 5, 10. By the 20th attempt, he was carving through waves, his movement more calculated, his dodging more graceful. His perception skill was sharpening too, thanks to that relentless pressure. And finally, after what felt like endless blood and effort, on the 35th attempt killed all 100. He didn't just win, he grew. Thanks to that hellish fight, he earned a precious upgrade. Lesser Healing E. Basic Healing D. Progress 121 tenths 000. His healing had stepped up. Though admittedly, it still wasn't fast enough to make a big difference. A simple 2-centimeter wound still took 10 full minutes to heal. Too slow to rely on mid-battle. But healing was healing. But what excited him even more was the evolution of his most powerful skill. SSS Killing Intent F, Killing Intent A, 0. 8/1000. He had killed well over 1,000 Mentises in total through all the attempts. But now that his skill ranked up, each kill granted drastically less progress points per kill had dropped to 1/10. The system explained. He had to kill E-ranked monsters now to progress faster. Still, he wasn't complaining. Because he unlocked a new effect. Killing body. Physical stats increase as more you kill. Raziel's eyes practically glowed when he first saw it. Immediately, he pulled up his stats. Strength E+, agility. Both had increased. He didn't even do anything other than kill. That effect alone made killing intent feel like a shortcut to raw power. He confirmed with the system, yeah, the stat boost would continue with the skill's progression. If he pushed it to SS rank, would that make his physical stats SS rank too? The thought made his heart pound with greedy excitement. He wanted more power. Maybe just go back and start clutching again, not like he is harming anyone. But alas, time wasn't on his side. It was morning now, and he had to get moving. Today was the first day of his so-called hellish academy life, and he had to be prepared. He had lessons to teach, people to deal with. He sighed, tossing away the apple core. Time to stop thinking about stats and start acting like a normal student who is villain. As he walked in the academy's direction, he glanced down at himself. Black, polished shoes. A fresh black and white suit that looked expensive enough to make a noble second guess. His hair was tied loosely, and his eyes had a calmness like some noble protagonist. A good-looking villain. And yes, he was also wearing a new black underwear. He paused, grimacing slightly as one image returned. That woman. He still didn't know what she was doing with his old underwear. He had tried not to think about it, but it always came crawling back to his brain. What the hell could she possibly be doing with his old underwear? He shivered slightly, pushing the thought away. Some things were better left unknown. He shook the thought away. After several minutes of walking, Raziel found himself entering a bustling roadway. Stalls lined both sides of the street, colorful fabrics fluttering in the wind, vendors shouting to attract customers, and the air heavy with the aroma of roasted meat and spiced fruits. Carriages of all kinds rolled along the main street, but they weren't the regular wooden ones pulled by normal horses. These were majestic beasts, larger than any average horse, their powerful bodies steaming with mana. Flames danced along the back of their necks where hair should be, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Most carriages were crafted from extravagant materials glistening with gold, platinum, encrusted gems, and stones he couldn't even name. Only nobles and high-ranking citizens could afford the permits required to ride such luxurious transport through this part of the capital. It was a clear marker of wealth and status. After all now, Raziel had stepped foot inside this very city, the beating heart of the strongest and richest empire in the entire world. He walked silently, his presence immediately attracting attention. His clothes were distinct, of course, not crafted from nobleware nor any of fashion going on in this world, at least. People glanced at him, brows raised, some with curiosity, most with thinly veiled disdain. Their whispers trailed after him like fog. But Raziel paid them no mind. But then, something caught his eye. He stopped. In front of him stood a massive stone wall, one of many that lined the city's walkways, but that wasn't what made him halt. His eyes narrowed. It was his face, on a wanted-style poster. He leaned in and read the words written below it. Empire Notice. This disgusting, ugly-looking pig has been granted the honor of a duel against Arion Drakenveer. To all civilians and citizens, refrain from harming him at least for 1 week injury. Do not inflict extreme damage. Signed by Saintess Celine Luminous and Duke Drakenveer. Raziel went silent. Well, all right then, he muttered under his breath. He turned his head slowly, only to see more posters plastered along every wall, every pole, every stall. Ugly. Yeah, that didn't sit well with him. Honestly, he felt more disgusted reading it than the people likely felt looking at him. Part of him wanted to barge into the office of whoever wrote this and beat the shit out of them, but he held himself back for now. He wasn't strong enough yet. Soon, he thought. At least, he told himself, he could walk freely now without covering his face or hiding in shadows. That was something, right? Still, as he walked, the people around continued whispering, judgmental eyes, snickers, expressions full of mockery and thinly veiled disgust. None of them dared approach, but that didn't stop them from staring. Whispers buzzed around him like bees. That's the pig from the posters, right? Is he really going to fight the Drakenveer heir? What bad day's empire has came? A rapist is walking so openly in imperial capital now. Raziel ignored them all. Ugly. Yeah, that didn't sit well with him. Honestly, he felt more disgusted reading it than the people likely felt looking at him. Part of him wanted to barge into the office of whoever wrote this and beat the shit out of them, but he held himself back for now. He wasn't strong enough yet. Soon, he thought. At least, he told himself, he could walk freely now without covering his face or hiding in shadows. That was something, right? Still, as he walked, the people around continued whispering judgmental eyes, snickers, expressions full of mockery and thinly veiled disgust. None of them dared approach, but that didn't stop them from staring. Whispers buzzed around him like bees. That's the pig from the posters, right? Is he really going to fight the Drakenveer heir? What bad day's empire has came a rapist is walking so openly in imperial capital now. Raziel ignored them all. His eyes were kind, the kindest Raziel had seen in a long, long time. They weren't fake or distant, just genuinely soft, like he had no malice left in him, and Raziel found himself saying, yeah, blinking awkwardly, feeling strangely disarmed, which wasn't what he expected from someone called Xenocide, one of the SSS rank villains. And as the man stood up slowly, stretching just a little, Raziel noticed he was taller than expected, maybe 6'3" or more, with loose pink robes hanging from his frame, embroidered with intricate flower patterns, giving him an appearance that seemed to belong in a peaceful meadow rather than in a list of wanted war criminals. His overall demeanor was a far cry from what Raziel had anticipated, leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered by the unexpected gentleness of this supposed villain, whose eyes continued to exude a deep sense of kindness and whose softness seemed to be a genuine aspect of his personality rather than a clever facade or a calculated attempt to deceive. And as Raziel continued to behold this unusual sight, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at the disconnect between the man's appearance and his notorious reputation, as the image of a peaceful meadow dweller and a feared war criminal struggled to coexist in his mind, sparking a deep curiosity about the true nature of this enigmatic figure and the events that had led him to become one of the most wanted individuals. Despite his remarkably gentle demeanor, which seemed to be a profound contrast to the malevolent deeds he was accused of committing, and Raziel's fascination with this unusual character only grew stronger. As he endeavored to reconcile the discrepancy between the man's kind eyes and his fearsome reputation, searching for a glimpse of the truth behind the mystifying persona of Xenocide, the SSS rank villain who now stood before him, exuding an aura of serenity that seemed to belie the gravity of his alleged crimes. Their average strength equals or exceeds that of city lords in outskirt lands. Raziel nodded to himself. Yeah, this was Arkenvale Academy, the most prestigious, dangerous, and resource-filled school in the entire empire. Nah world. He lifted his gaze. At the top of the gate, inscribed in flowing silver-white letters, were the words, Arkenvale Academy. Simple and elegant. He took a deep breath. Well, whatever. Not here to sightsee, he muttered. And with that, he adjusted his cuffs, rolled his shoulders, and stepped forward. Just as Raziel stepped forward, his gaze landed on the figure standing directly in front of the gates. Dorn. The warden, of course, it had to be him, the very person assigned to check the names of students before letting them in. Raziel's steps slowed slightly. What shitty luck. he muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing. Chapter 64. Call Me Daddy. Raziel sighed, but didn't stop. He stepped forward, heading toward the small side entrance where 3 guards stood posted on either side and in front of a narrow open door embedded within the enormous academy gate. It was like a gate within a gate, only about 10 feet tall, meant for one person to walk through at a time. Just beyond them, he spotted Dorn standing at the final checkpoint. A student was already in front of him, likely finishing the admission verification process. Raziel watched as Dorn pressed a small emblem-like card to the student's forehead, which glowed a faint blue before he was waved through. As the student cleared the gate, Dorn shouted, "All right, next." Simple enough. Raziel didn't even bother slowing down. There was no need. As he approached, the 3 fully armored guards dressed head to toe in smooth, gray metal stood motionless. Their faces were completely concealed, with only a single horizontal slit for their eyes, giving them a featureless, ominous presence. Normally, they would halt and inspect students, especially checking for the special spatial bags issued by the academy. Yet none of them moved. Not one raised a hand to stop them. Not a word spoken. No request for verification, nothing. They simply watched, as if they already knew exactly who he was. Raziel raised an eyebrow at their lack of reaction, a small grin tugging at his lips. Of course they know me, he thought smugly. I'm basically a celebrity around here, and celebrities don't need passes. He walked straight past them, hands in his pockets, casual as ever. "Yo, Warden! Long time no see!" Raziel called out as he strolled up, his voice light and laced with sarcasm. Dorn looked up at the familiar voice. The moment his eyes landed on Raziel's face, his expression froze. A twitch ran through his left eye. "Go in," Dorn muttered coldly, stepping aside with a clenched jaw, barely holding his composure. Raziel smirked wider. "No identity check? No confirmation scan? Ch! How generous today." "I said go," Dorn growled, barely restraining himself, his voice dangerously close to boiling over. Raziel chuckled softly, loving every second of it. He strolled past him without pause but threw one last jab over his shoulder. "I remember someone once said they'd never let me even step outside the academy gates," he said, his grin turning sharp. "And now? That same someone is opening the door for me. Funny how things change." "You!" Dorn's hand clenched tightly, his body trembling as anger surged through him. The emblem card in his grip suddenly cracked, shattered from the force of his fury. "Don't fly too high, kid. You'd be in pieces if not for orders from above." Dorn's voice was low but seething, like boiling oil forced to stay still. His whole body trembled with restrained fury. Veins popped across his thick neck and forehead, his eyes bloodshot with rage. His fists were clenched so tight, they looked ready to shatter into bone. When had he, the Warden of Archonvale, ever been humiliated like this? And by a fucking nobody? No less? Some brat with too much mouth and no sense of his own weight? Raziel, without even bothering to fully turn back, let out a light, mocking chuckle. "Being played by a kid, aren't we now?" he said, throwing Dorn's old words back at him, like knives wrapped in silk. Dorn's jaw tightened. "Just fucking go!" he muttered under his breath, trying to steady his breathing. He wasn't some minor figure to snap in public. He was Dorn the enforcer of the discipline, the one people feared even whispering about. Losing composure over a child would be disgraceful, right? Yeah. Raziel waved him off, turning his back without another glance as he stepped past the gate. He didn't really care about Dorn in the grand scheme of things, but still, some people deserve a parting gift. "What a coward," Raziel called out, loud enough for the words to echo. Scared of kid. And as if on cue, boom. A sharp crack rang out behind him like a small explosion. Metal groaned. Dust stirred. Something had been crushed or broken. But Raziel didn't care. Didn't look back. A satisfied smile slowly spread across his face as he whistled casually, straightening the lapel of his polished black and white suit like nothing had happened. His steps didn't stop or change. It was like he hadn't just poured oil over a volcano. Raziel looked around and marveled at the scenery inside the academy. It truly felt like something pulled straight from the pages of a fantasy novel, so many breathtaking sights, and the sheer scale of it all was overwhelming. Vast courtyards spread across the grounds, trimmed hedges shaped into mythical beasts, crystalline fountains dancing with enchanted water, and glowing glass orbs floating overhead that seemed to light the path wherever one walked. But Raziel didn't let it faze him. Sure, it was stunning, but not something that could impress him too much. He had been born into a Duke family after all, and for the early years of his life, he'd lived inside a sprawling castle that could rival many palaces. His boots clicked steadily against the cobblestone path leading toward the heart of the academy, a gargantuan castle-like structure at the center of it all. On the way, students gathered in small groups, forming clusters by the walkways. They talked, laughed, and occasionally glanced around, clearly enjoying the show of newcomers passing through. Most of them were seniors, judging by their confident postures and lack of nervous energy. As Raziel continued walking, he noticed something strange. People were watching him. Well, that wasn't strange in itself. Of course, people looked at him. He was a celebrity now, after all. That part made sense. What didn't make sense, though, was how people began stepping aside as he passed not just slightly, but dramatically. It was as if he carried an invisible bubble of repulsion. Everyone moved to the very edge of the stone path, giving him a wide berth as though a deadly beast were passing through. The path ahead cleared like parting waves, enough to let an entire squad walk beside him. And while part of Raziel wanted to believe it was respect, maybe awe at his potential, his strength, or even his good looks, but well, his newly acquired keen hearing skill told a very different story. "Hey, don't stand in that guy's way," someone whispered, fear thick in their voice. "He's a total psychopath. Like, literally mental. But he's weak, isn't he? I mean, what can he even do to us? It's not like he's going to fight just because we didn't move out of the way," another replied. "Bruh, leave it. Better safe than sorry," a third voice chimed in. "This guy's still alive after doing all kinds of stuff that should have gotten him killed. I don't know how he's still breathing. And you know he slapped the Duke's heir in the face yesterday? Just like that. And Arion didn't even react. Not a single move. Look, he's alive. If someone like him didn't retaliate after getting slapped, what the hell do you think we could do? If he decides to slap us out of nowhere and we hit him back, we'd be the ones getting executed. He's alive after all that. Must be luck, right? If I had even half that guy's luck, I'd have conquered half the world by now," someone scoffed. Raziel's eye twitched. Luck, my ass. That one line made him feel like someone had just hexed his soul. Half his luck? Whoever said that better be ready to be buried 10 feet under the ground. And forget how Lucifer himself might refuse to take in someone with that kind of cursed fate. As for the rest of it, Raziel didn't know how to feel. Being feared without doing anything? He wasn't sure if it was satisfying, infuriating, or just plain absurd. "System, you hearing this?" he muttered in his mind, eyes glinting. "I've managed to make every single one of them scared without even showing 1% of my power yesterday. Am I a good villain now? Fear? Bruh, no. Host, they're not in awe. They're flabbergasted by your suicide skills. You look like a guy who speedruns death scenarios." The voice in his head was casual, amused. Then it added, just a reminder, only 7 days left until your official death day. Will you be strong enough by then? Raziel didn't answer immediately. His eyes looked ahead, pupils narrowing as he saw the academy gates looming in the distance, a whole new world waiting beyond. Don't worry, he said under his breath, a wicked smirk tugging at his lips. I won't die. Probably as far as I think and have planned. He rolled his shoulders back and walked through the parting crowd like a shadow king, reclaiming his throne, mocked, feared, and deadly silent. Whatever came next, he was ready for it. Suddenly, as Raziel was walking, a voice cut through the murmur of the academy grounds. Hey, is that the guy whose posters are everywhere? The one called the Disgusting Pig? Raziel paused mid-step, his expression unchanged, though his fingers twitched just slightly in annoyance. Footsteps approached, heavy and deliberate. Of course there are still idiots, Raziel muttered under his breath, dramatically placing a hand over his face. How can it be a proper fantasy novel without a few clowns showing up on cue? Oh, stop, little piggy. He turned, slowly, only to find himself facing a trio of walking stereotypes. A bulky, muscular guy with wild yellow hair stood in the center, flanked by two black-haired, skinny followers, both with the same look of forced arrogance masked under a layer of cowardice. Duli el kuong, won café asemar café mordo, PNG, asterisk asterisk tio de can, asterisk 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 prompt. Chitedung choveo, runway, pika asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk 1. Soft cafe intro and prepare cup asterisk asterisk 18-20 seconds, asterisk romantic soft cafe aesthetic 16 to 9. Asterisk warm morning or golden afternoon light through window. Soft rosy tint, dried flowers on table. Asterisk asterisk shot. A 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk establishing shot of a cozy cafe corner with soft sunlight. Slow pan. Asterisk asterisk shot B 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk. Place a transparent latte glass on a wooden table with lace coaster. Soft times tap asterisk. Asterisk asterisk shot C 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk add 2-3 ice cubes gently. ASMR clink. Asterisk asterisk shot D 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk brief macro of condensation forming on glass. Asterisk asterisk 2. Pink cream base and layer beauty asterisk asterisk 18-20 seconds. Asterisk delicate gradient creation. Asterisk 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 shot A 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk pour a pre-mixed pink milk base, strawberry or rose, into the glass. Mid-shot, gentle flow. Asterisk asterisk shot B 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk macro close-up of pink milk hugging ice cubes. Asterisk asterisk shot C 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk add a thin layer of white milk or cream for contrast. Overhead angle, subtle swirl. Asterisk asterisk shot D 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk focus pull from background flowers to latte glass. Asterisk asterisk 3. Latte shot and layer merge asterisk asterisk 16-18 seconds. Asterisk romantic coffee shot infusion. Asterisk 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 shot. A 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk extract espresso into a small glass. Crema macro. Warm tone. Asterisk asterisk shot B 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk pour espresso gently down the side of the glass for a layered pink-brown gradient. Cinematic slow-mo 0.7x. Asterisk asterisk shot C 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk. Gentle stir once for marbling effect. Close-up swirl patterns. Asterisk asterisk 4. Cream. Rose topping and details. Asterisk asterisk. 18 to 20 seconds. Asterisk. Elegant and poetic detail work. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shot A 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk. Add soft whipped cream on top. Subtle ASMR. Asterisk asterisk. Shot B 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk. Sprinkle tiny edible dried rose petals. Macro shot falling petals. Asterisk asterisk. Shot C 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk. Add a thin pink wafer stick or heart-shaped decoration. Aesthetic placement. Asterisk asterisk. Shot D 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk. Macro dream bokeh shot with soft pink flare. Asterisk asterisk 5. Romantic sip and outro. Asterisk asterisk 16. 18 seconds. Asterisk gentle emotional closure. Asterisk 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 shot A. 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk. Slide glass toward viewer on a lace mat near window. Elegant movement. Asterisk asterisk. Shot B 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk. Soft hand pickup shot lifting latte as if sharing a special moment. Faint glass chime. Asterisk asterisk. Shot C 4-5 seconds. Asterisk asterisk. Soft piano or ambience. On-screen text. Asterisk asterisk. Pink cream latte. A sip of warmth and love. Asterisk asterisk. Fade out warm. Oh, is that so? I've heard of that too. But wasn't the limit that he just can't be fatally harmed? Doesn't mean he can't take a few bruises, right? He chuckled. He turned to Raziel again. Look, I'm not scared of you. Others might be, but not me. I am Camille. I stand for my ideals. I fear no one, not some pig in a suit, not even the academy itself. The moment those words were spoken, it was as if the entire area held its breath. Conversations halted. Students who had been walking stopped mid-stride. Those who had been seated turned to look. All eyes were on them. Raziel's lips twitched upward into a crooked, amused smile. This guy really doesn't get it, he muttered to himself. Guess we're doing this. And with that, the air itself grew heavy as a storm of tension surged through the academy grounds. Host, you're gonna get embarrassed here. Getting beaten on the first day of the academy? That's embarrassing. Let's not try this. You're not at his level. How about some other day? The system spoke in a soft, almost pleading tone, like a worried older brother trying to keep his hot-headed sibling from charging into a lion's den. But Raziel just blinked, confused. Who said I'm going to fight him? Wait, what? But didn't you just say you're gonna... Wait, no. Don't tell me you're going to call him Daddy? The system suddenly panicked, as if its entire digital existence had been shattered in one sentence. Damn, host. Never in my dreams. First that mommy, and now this? Did you actually like being called good boy that much? Sk. Tisk. Host, never could I have expected this path from you. Just shut the fuck up. Raziel snarled mentally, grinding his teeth. Seriously, what kind of system did he end up with? Who said someone needs to be touched to be beaten? He thought, a devilish grin curling at the edge of his lips. See and learn, system. Watch how I wreck this fool without even laying a finger on him. Call him daddy? The word. That's way too fucking far. Chapter 65. Ex-fiancé. Raziel sighed inwardly, shaking his head. When? Swish. He suddenly shifted his body to the side, just in time as a punch flew toward his face. Oh? You can react to that? Camille scratched the back of his head, pulling back the fist he'd just thrown. His expression flickered with mild surprise. From what he could sense, this kid doesn't even have thread of mana or aura. Is his reaction really that fast, Camille wondered? Just by physical movement alone? He had thrown a clumsy punch, not even reinforced by mana or aura, but still, it wasn't something a first year could dodge. Especially not someone like Raziel, a kid with known defects and almost no foundation. I almost got embarrassed just now, Raziel muttered to himself, exhaling quietly. He had predicted the punch, sure, but reacting to it? His body was sluggish. If not for all that time fighting those 100 mantises with E-rank agility, I wouldn't have been this flexible now. Even then, compared to this guy, my agility is too slow. He must be at least C rank, maybe even B in agility when using mana or aura. And even without those, his base body alone must be at D rank, at minimum probably the result of years of training with aura, which naturally strengthens the body over time. Damn, did he really just attack him? He's called the crazy yellow chimpanzee of the academy, but even Champagne aren't usually this dumb. Whispers rippled through the gathered students, forming a wide circle as they watched the scene unfold with growing enjoyment. Guess I won't be lazy anymore, Camille muttered, rotating his shoulder with a slow swing. So fast, Raziel whispered as his hearing picked up the shift in wind pressure, the sign of an incoming attack. He tried to dodge to the right immediately. Camille smirked as he watched the boy start to move before the strike had even launched. Such good perception, he thought. But your speed, it's nowhere near enough. Bam. Camille didn't use his hand. He suddenly retracted it mid-motion and instead delivered a swift, brutal kick straight into Raziel's stomach, right below the ribs. Raziel saw it coming. He knew it was coming. And still he couldn't react fast enough. The kick connected cleanly. His body flew through the air, launched nearly 6 feet up, but he managed to stabilize mid-air and land on his feet right beside the outer edge of the crowd. The surrounding students instinctively stepped back the moment he landed. Raziel stood straight, expressionless, even little sighing, as if he hadn't just taken a solid kick to the gut. Calmly, silently, he began dusting off his suit jacket where the impact had landed.